Yeah, it's a fucking video. Yeah, it's a fucking video. Tell you what, if it ain't one thing, it's another, huh? There. Look at that. Working now. Well, now we need. I need to know how to get participants.
Maybe live on
Invite. What? You had to bring your mom in here? All right. So, let's see where I'm at with that. Okay, I can kill that. I have video. Apparently, I'm live, maybe. Huh? Okay. Well, look at that. You want to jump on here, Jesse? I sent you the link.
Hey, happy birthday.
Now I wonder how I can.
Say what?
Wonder how I can see the chat, live chat. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Go under more, and it should bring the chat right up.
Well, I have chat over here. I've got it popped up. Okay. Okay, so if I'm on YouTube, YouTube. Okay. I wonder why you aren't on here.
What do you mean?
Like I'm on YouTube watching it.
But you don't see me. Do you see me? Do you see my crest in the corner?
I can't tell if this is old or. Where you are on here?
What do you mean?
Oh, there you are now. Like I'm on YouTube watching it. Okay, well, that's it.
But you don't see me. You see me? Do you see my crest in the corner?
Hang on. I can't tell if this is old or. Damn it. Where you
Oh wow.
are. Look at this. Oh, there you are.
I don't think you can watch yourself at the same time as you're live streaming.
Probably not. That's it.
But you don't see me. You see me? Do you see my crest in the corner?
No, but I wanted to see. I can't.
Oh wow. I
Mm,
don't think you can watch yourself.
I can't see the live chat on YouTube when I'm on the Zoom. That's why I went on YouTube to see the live chat.
Mm. Who? When are we going?
Live on YouTube. You stream on
How
YouTube.
can?
Okay, hang on. There we go. I had to.
Yeah, the only issue now is all the feedback.
Yeah, but still don't see the chat though. There it is. Live on YouTube.
How can?
Hang on. There we go. I had to.
Yeah, the only issue.
Edit video. Upload thumbnail. Can you still hear me?
Mm-hmm. Feedback's on.
Yeah. I was trying to put a thumbnail up here. Trying to put a thumbnail up here.
Oh,
Guess
there comes the
we're live.
feedback again. Oh, there comes the feedback again.
Strange. Are you on, Jesse? No. Are you on?
Oh, no, you're on the YouTube. Are you on the Zoom?
Oh, okay. Uh,
Yeah.
there's a delay. It's because there's a delay. It's like a 20-second delay.
No, you're on the
There's
Yeah, there's a 1 second delay between you and Zoom, and then between Zoom and YouTube, there's a 20-second delay.
that's wonky. Right, that is wonky. Uh,
yeah.
So like you would have to mute your YouTube.
there's a delay. It's because there's like a 20-second delay.
Yeah, there's a 1 second delay between you and Zoom, and then between Zoom and YouTube, there's a 20-second delay.
Okay, so what'd you say? I'm gonna have to take off YouTube.
No, just mute it.
Mute YouTube. Okay.
Because all you need YouTube for is the chat.
Okay.
All right.
YouTube is muted.
Oh, there's Henry.
Yeah.
How do you get your little thing in the background there like that? Oh,
What the?
it's
All I can
Minecraft.
put together.
I want that on my phone. The little crest part. Ooh, that feedback's horrible.
Turn my camera a little bit. Hey, how you doing there, bro?
Live YouTube here. All the way down. If I could turn on and watch myself at the same time on YouTube here.
Watch yourself. I wonder how, like, which participant gets to be shown.
Gotta see my straw. Oh,
We go to Zoom. Okay.
do this.
All right. You want a background like that? Is that what you're saying?
I want to get.
Oh,
I have one. I just don't have it on my phone.
All you got to do. Wow, that feedback is horrible, Jesse. You got to go somewhere else, bro. Or you need a headset or
I'm trying
something.
to fix it.
Jesse, walk in the kitchen.
Jesse, go into my bag, into my laptop bag, and grab my headset and plug it into your phone.
Yeah, that was it. He's too close to your laptop. Your laptop must be open to something.
My laptop isn't on anything.
He walked in the kitchen and it stopped. So
Yeah, it's you. It's because it's feeding off of you.
I turned my gain down.
Because your mic is really powerful. It can hear everything in that downstairs area.
Well, I turned my gain off. Can you hear me now?
I hear you perfect.
Okay. My gain's all the way down.
Am I using these big gigantic headphones? What I'm using?
I can't hear you. What'd you say?
God, never mind.
Use my gaming headset.
He has them. That's weird being in this delay and trying to do the answer the chat as well. It's weird.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep. All right.
Yeah, I hear you.
That was much easier. Okay. We want to talk about. Boy, there's an echo. My gain down. Is that better?
A little bit.
Okay.
Jesse, are you still in the same room with him?
No, I'm in the kitchen. Are you in the car?
Yeah.
Settings on my mic. Okay, is that better?
You're still really loud, but you're good.
Well, that's okay. Loud is good. It's just
Turn down.
you need to stop the echo.
Is that better?
Yeah, I don't hear it anymore.
Okay. I'll push my mic away from me. Yeah, it was a good investment on this mic. I got it at a pawn shop.
Hey, if it works and you got a good deal.
Oh, yeah. This is,
Hey,
professional.
clearly it's powerful enough for what you're trying to do.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if I could set up that at Nikon for my webcam, that would be like ideal. As you can tell, I haven't gotten that far in my technological know-how.
Yep.
You're further ahead than most people your age.
Yes, see? I'll remember that. Phone's your phone charged? Jesse.
No, I'm charging it right now.
All right.
I'm good. I'm at like 70%. So.
Okay. Everybody seems to be good. All right. What do y'all want to talk about?
That's a great question. I want y'all to go back and tell me some more stories about these ghosts that y'all were talking about earlier. Like I've felt things before, but I've never like seen an apparition or anything. But I knew that there was something else there.
Right.
Yeah, my sister actually had a really scary. Both of my sisters had actually, sorry, all three of my sisters had a really scary experience in Arizona one time. The youngest of my three sisters had. I can't remember the exact story how it went. It was like 10 years ago when my sister told me, but so they were out hiking and she had come across some sort of creature. They didn't know what it was. My sister to this day tells me that she swears to God it was an alien. It was bald. It was lanky. She said it had really like stringy. Isn't really quite the right word, but that's what she used. Stringy hands, like they were really long. And anyway, my youngest sister had seen this thing and came running to my older sisters to tell them about it, and they didn't believe her at first. And they ended up following her back to where it was, and it, I guess, got startled by them at that point and got up, took off running. and they freaked the fuck out, ran home, and because they were, I shouldn't say home, they ran to the campsite, but went and told my parents about it, and they, everybody fucking laughed at them. But
Right.
that's the only other story that I have besides what we talked about earlier with Hotel San Carlos and all that stuff.
Hotel San Carlos. Where's Hotel San Carlos?
In Phoenix, downtown Phoenix.
Okay.
Oh, actually, I lied. You know what? My mother spoke to me from the dead. I was it was not long after she died. I was still really super depressed, and then at the same time I was really falling into the real rabbit hole of all this SPC stuff, like the real deep esoteric side of it. And I had to go with my niece to Walmart, and I hate Walmart. To me, it's everything about it just feels evil. I walk in there, I feel dirty.
Really? Okay.
So I'm in there and I'm praying for protection the whole time.
Wow.
And I just got this really eerie vibe as we got over near the freezer section. And I said, God, Mom, Dad, if you guys are all up there listening, I need a sign right now that I'm going to be okay and everything's going to be okay, because right now I don't feel safe. I don't know why I felt that way, but I did. And so I said it. And then we walk around the corner into the freezer section, and you know how they have those big freezers in the middle of the aisle there?
Right.
They're not even, more like coolers. So as we come around the corner, I see right on the top, on the very corner of the freezer cooler thing, there's a set of blue paintbrushes with crystal blue handles. I owned that exact set when I was a kid. And it just was there, completely out of place. No, who would put a set of paintbrushes on the side of a open cooler at a Walmart? It didn't make sense to me. I'm like, that can't be a coincidence. It just can't. I don't believe in coincidence.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
And that, for me, as far as I was concerned, that was the sign that I needed, that I was going to be okay.
Right.
Huh. Okay. Not to get off topic, but I do have a announcement. And okay. And I quote, while what I was told has no guarantees, which most always precedes the info, what was shared tonight was the bondholders are positioned at the various redemption centers around the world and here in the States. Preparations are underway to screen and verify their instruments beginning tomorrow. That those authenticated will begin redemption on Thursday into Friday, and that we should expect our email notifications to start on Easter, with appointments continuing into early next week. Again, this is what he has been advised is the schedule, but will confirm future developments as he is or becomes aware. God bless everyone, unquote.
Who is he?
That would be a banker here in Texas that is over, I believe it's 5 banks or 5 regions, but definitely Texas banks. I'm not going to mention which bank, but it is what's called a tier 1 bank. And yeah, if you have any more questions, ask them and I'll break it down, because I'm sure there was a lot of verbiage in there you don't really understand the context.
I do.
All right. So I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So you said authenticated. Can
He's
you
talking about the birth certificate.
No, 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 no. No, those are for the bondholders, and there are what they call the like the German historic bonds, or
Oh, okay,
bonds
I
that
got
were
you.
issued after World War II to rebuild those different geographical areas.
Right. So the
And
bearer bonds that they put in place after World War II, then.
yeah, yeah, yeah. They have Chinese yellow dragon bonds.
Yep.
There's, I don't know what all they are, but I know they're historic bonds. So they have to go in and authenticate that they're the real deal and not counterfeit because, I'm sure there's a bunch of counterfeit ones.
Okay, so how do we get on a list to be called when it's time for us to go and turn in our currency?
You bought any currency from a licensed currency dealer through eBay or SafeDinar or CEIFX, one of those, then you're going to be notified because they have your information. Or if you're a member of the seedsofwisdom.com group, you will get contacted. And because you're a member of the Fearless Floyd show, you'll also get your information so you may be able to be notified or given the number to contact.
Okay, wonderful. I was just trying to clarify how that was going to happen and how I was going to go about trading in and getting my information to do so. So appreciate that.
Oh yeah, 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 absolutely, man. This is, you know, I can honestly say I've had everything in the world. I've had shoe boxes full of $100 bills under the bed, 4 bedroom, 3.5 bath house, fully paid for. Mercedes, convertible hardtop roadster in the garage, 2 BMWs in the driveway, everything paid off. One of the hottest chicks in Houston, just living the life. I've lived in pit houses. I've lived in crack houses. So I've been to the top. I've been to the bottom. I know what it is to lose everything that you've ever owned. So in this process of moving from the public to the private, however y'all want to call it, I have experienced, being on top, being on the bottom, and having done so, my whole methodology in operating and doing the things I'm doing for other people is I don't want any monetary gain, or I'm not soliciting for funds, and that's just not what I'm about. I'm about giving it all away because it's going to come back to me tenfold, and it's happening. And if anybody's familiar with the book of Job in the Bible, how God took everything away from me, and he still kept going forward, stayed positive, and just made it. And God rewarded him with great abundance later on in his life.
Yep.
So I got to give it away to give it back, and of course that's part of my 19-year sobriety. That's just how it is. So that's why I want to be able to provide you guys that did listen, did watch the videos. For those of you who needed a handout and watched the complete video and contacted the correct person that offered that resource, uh, they they got blessed more. Is that how we rephrase that?
More than blessed.
More than blessed. There we
There you go.
go.
Right. Because
More
we
than,
got to counter that less than with a greater sign.
there you go. So yeah, we're gonna try that, see how that happens. But yeah, anyway, that's my whole deal. So um, I, as you know, you're a guest in my house, and 6 years ago, what's today? 6 years ago this Thursday. Yeah, 6 years ago this Thursday, I had nothing. Nothing. So now you look around, you see everything that I have. So, yeah, our Creator works miracles. So that's why I give everything away. I'm not tripping.
It's amazing, and you're greatly appreciated for all you do.
Oh yeah, thanks. You too. Let me see. I just want to catch that update. So let me see. Where else we got? I don't even know if I'm in the right place now. I guess we are. Okay. Kimberly asks. I'm sorry for delaying getting into this, but I wanted to go through the through that group that I was in, getting that notification. So, Kimberly asks, how do they know who has them? Them, I guess you're questioning who has the bonds. It's not that they know who has the bonds. The bond holders are in a different tier. You and me and everybody else that
Jesse,
is
mute your
involved
mic.
in this is in tier B. Bondholders are in generally tier 4A, but also in tier 3. Um, if you hold a bond, you've been in this for a long time. God, that echo is horrible.
Yeah, it's just all of a sudden got bad.
Yeah,
Is somebody else
how's
in the
that? Is that
meeting?
better?
It's a little bit better.
Okay.
Is somebody else join
Maybe.
the meeting?
Oh, I don't know. Hang on.
No, it's just us.
Now I'll try that. Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. Yeah, it was on my phone. My phone popped on. Um, the bondholders been in this for a long time, so they are going to get notified the same way we are. Also, the bonds usually they pool theirs into um, tier 4A. So they're in groups like the Omega group, these prosperity groups, Omega. There's some other different ones. So that's how they get contacted. The bonds, that guy, it's me. Oh man, I can't get this. There. Asks whose bonds are they? Uh, Chinese yellow dragons. So I imagine those are issued by either the Chinese government or the Chinese elders. The German historic bonds were used to rebuild Germany after the war. I'm sure there's, some for England as well, Italy, all those European countries. Uh, so I think that's answered both of your questions. Let's see. This live stream tonight is about anything you want it to be about. If you want to talk about trusts, if you want to talk about anything from the public to private, if you want to talk about the RV, anything. You have some very intelligent people on here right now that can answer probably any questions you have. So all you got to do is put it in the chat, and we'll be more than happy to attempt to answer. Actually, we were talking about ghost stories too.
Yeah.
Trying to get my mom on.
Oh, okay. I'll tell you what, Jesse's mom found a key piece of
Oh yeah.
information for everybody.
Yeah. Between the
For these,
Dropbox and the remittance.
yeah, yeah, and she just got turned on to this, and when Jesse told her, she's like, it clicked in her mind. It was just that one scintilla of information that she had in the back of her mind, and when she heard it, it connected, and then she went and did her own research, and she found it, and guess what? She's enlightened. She understands it
Yep.
all now. And that's cool.
See what she says here.
So I know you guys got to have some questions.
Uh, send mom the link. Sure, I can send you the link, Mom. No problem.
I did also drop a new video today, basically on the Article 1, Section 10 case that I did. Well, actually, I did the traverse to the state's appellate brief, the rebuttal. If you get a chance, go check that out. That's pretty interesting. Show you the corruption in the Texas courts.
Can you expound on that just a little bit? You don't have to go too far into it, but I was listening to you about how it pertained to Article 1, Section 10.
Article 1, Section 10 of the Texas Constitution states that you cannot be compelled to give evidence against yourself, as opposed to the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution, which states that you cannot be compelled to give testimony against yourself.
Okay, so it's basically the equivalent, but on the state level.
It's not the equivalent.
No, it's separate. One is for evidence and one is for testimony.
Right, right. I'm just saying it's based on the same premise. I was thinking that it was Article 1, Section 10 of the Constitution, like around Clause 1 or something. I didn't know what you were. I didn't hear the whole conversation.
Oh, no. It's the Fifth Amendment to the United States Constitution, which, is evidence. Testimony. And then Article 1, Section 10 of the Texas Constitution, which is clearly drafted after the United States Constitution, as well as after most of your eastern border states pretty much adopted word for word from the Tennessee Constitution. Shout out to my boy Chris Hauser.
Refuses to come on the show.
Yeah.
And no, buddy, I'm not coming on your show.
Yeah, right. Not going to mention your name.
Chris, have fun in Club Fed, bud.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, we're going to mention yours, Chris. Hi, Chris Hauser. Everybody wave. Say hi to Chris.
Hola. We just want to see some results. We're like anybody else. We're not trying to hate. We just want results. Walk and talk to talk.
I know win, lose, or draw. I'm always posting my proof.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, let's get some questions before we get behind. What with the bonds you mentioned? The bonds I mentioned are the Chinese Yellow Dragon bonds and the German historic bonds, and those are really the only two that I know about. There's also the Hungarian Pingo, which is they don't even exist anymore, but they consider those bonds because they were hyperinflated currency back, decades ago, before currency really hyperinflated. And some of those notes are like in the quintillions, and they consider them bonds more than they do currency. To get back to Article 1, Section 10 on this case, the gentleman who filed it was one of my, what I call writ writer buddies. There was just a small group of us who could rely on each other to help research, or if we got behind, hey, can you draft this motion for me? I don't have time, or I got to file something in the morning. You're going to the law library. I'm not. Can you go look up this case for me? That kind of, trust within each other. So Alan Wade Johnson, y'all can look him up. I think he's in federal penitentiary in Florida right now. He was one of those guys, and we both filed some litigation. I tried to join some of his federal cases, and was told I have to refile on my own, and I did all that. Y'all can go look all this shit up. But that case that he filed was on the DNA database for the collection for convicted felons in the state of Texas. And one of his main arguments was that you cannot be compelled to give evidence against yourself, because if I gave you my DNA today because I was convicted yesterday of a felony offense, and you did your DNA sequencing, and then you have an old test kit from DNA found at a crime scene from 1982, and you've already sequenced that, and it matches, or it matches my brother, which they've done, or a relative, then you've been compelled to give evidence against yourself. So that was a whole, really, the gist. That's what I grabbed onto. That's what I found, that, okay, yeah, this issue has teeth. I believe it can move forward. It's a winner. This should shut all this down. And of course, the court was corrupt. The court adopted the state's brief word for word. Yep. Just totally disregarded everything. In the video, I show exactly, where they, clearly state that, hey, yeah, we're corrupt. So what? Screw you. We're going to do what we want to do. And that's how the courts act. And with these large cases of constitutional magnitude that would open a floodgate of litigation, especially which we call inmate or offender litigation, something that would overturn many, 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 many cases and provide relief where people would get out of prison just for what they call a legal loophole or a technicality.
Right.
They are not going to follow precedent. They're not going to follow the law. They're not going to follow the law of the land, which are upper court cases. I don't care what evidence you put in front of them. I don't care what your argument is. I don't care how true your statements are. I don't care if they're under oath. They are not going to allow you to open up a floodgate for hundreds, if not thousands, of convicted criminals to go into the courts and obtain relief. This is my specific point because I've experienced this myself. I've already done this repeatedly in court after court after court. State District Court in Travis County, 14th Court of Appeals in Houston, Texas, especially the U.S. District Court, Southern District of Texas, Houston Division. Absolutely. I've countless times there. Walker County District Court. I can go on and on and on and on. All the different courts I've been in and, experienced personal corruption from deputy court clerks all the way up to Court of Criminal Appeals, Courts of Appeals, Texas Supreme Court, like I said, U.S. District Court here in Houston, Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals in New Orleans, as well as the United States Supreme Court. Absolutely, 100%. So this whole Chris Hauser case that he has with his forgery, filing fraudulent liens, okay, they filed fraudulent liens on the head of the Tennessee Department of Public Safety. I forget exactly what, I think it's state police in Tennessee, against elected officials, against appointed officials, employed officials, sheriff, police. And if you think for 1 second 5 justices on the Tennessee Supreme Court are going to grant relief and overturn the Tennessee Court of Criminal Appeals memorandum opinion affirming the trial court's decision to find guilt against Chris Hauser and allow every Tom, Dick, and Harry in Tennessee to file UCC 1s for any amount that they like against any political, elected, appointed, employed official in the state of Tennessee, in the counties of Tennessee, in the cities of Tennessee.
It ain't gonna happen.
It's not going to happen. Nope.
Oh, he can find relief, but not if he's going to be using the you're not supposed to place liens on the agent itself. Mistake number one.
Well, mistake number one was not having a security agreement in place.
Well, yeah.
Gotta go back to that.
Wait a second.
Well, we can even go further back than that because he needs to make the claim first before anything. You start with the claim, create the security agreement, put your lien on the name so that your trust that you create has power over the entity that they created. That way, when you do your 1099 CAP and you change the corporate structure from the treasury to your bank account, now everything is owned by that straw man that you created, not the straw man that the state created. And that's where everybody's getting all messed up because they're all like, oh, I don't want to put a lien on my name. I don't want to do this and see how it's going to mess things up. It's your only protection. The lien on your name is your only protection.
I'm going to
have equity. You might have equity that you can fall back on, but who really has enough knowledge of equity to actually move on that? Right? Not many. I know of a few, but not many.
Well, I have a question. Did he file any conditional acceptances on those people to get them in default so that he could create the security to file the lien?
Even if he filed the conditional acceptance?
Hold on. Neither one of you have read the record. So until you read the record, don't comment because everything you're saying is speculation.
Well, I'm asking. I'm not speculating. I'm asking to define.
Yeah, no. This is the scenario, and anyone can go to the Tennessee Court of Criminal Appeals, and you can look up Christopher Allen Hauser and pull his memorandum opinion up from the court and read it. And if you read it, you're going to find that he paid one of his co-defendants $6,500 to file the UCC-1s for Chris. Chris did not file them. He paid somebody to do it.
Right. So he didn't get anybody in default, or he didn't have any security in place, no contract or nothing. Process.
There's nothing in the record to reflect that. And the only thing that matters is the record.
Right.
And I don't give a rat's ass. It's not worth the words coming out of his mouth, what Chris Hauser says, because he can say anything he wants. What matters is it's in the record. I don't care if he says, oh, I had no intent to harm or defraud anybody. Well, buddy, you admitted, multiple things in the record. And that's the only thing that matters in the record. So if y'all want to go read the record yourself, just like I did, and just like I did in the videos that I did on Chris Hauser, okay, I read it word for word. So if you sit through the videos, that's what you'll hear. But everybody seems to think that the whole video series is just based on Chris's criminal conviction. Look, I don't give a fuck if Chris has been to prison. I don't care even what he's been to prison for. If he was a child rapist, I really wouldn't care because I was locked up with tons of those, too many of them. Okay. And I've had them for cellies. They lied to me, told me they were in there for aggravated robbery, aggravated assault, this and that, this, that. And then I come to find out later after I'd get out, look these guys up. Oh my God. This guy molested his child, over 100 times. So yeah, I've been there and done that. So I really don't care what the offense is. And when it comes to battling the state or any one of the state's representatives, whether it's the county, it's a criminal conviction, civil conviction, my whole entire goal is to win. I want to beat these hoes every chance I get. It doesn't matter if it's a traffic ticket, doesn't matter if it's a civil suit, criminal suit, an appeal, post-conviction, actual innocence claim. I don't care. I want to win. I'm in it to win it. And that's it. That's the only reason I play the game. I want to win. I don't care about anything else. I don't care what your case is. It's just another case to me. It's just like going to work. Am I going to work at a Rolling Stones concert or I'm going to go work at a trade show for Walmart? It doesn't matter anymore. I'm still going to do the same work. They're going to get paid the same amount of money. Am I going to get to meet the CEO of Walmart? No. Am I going to get to meet Mick Jagger? Probably not. Have I? Yeah. But that was a long time ago, and that's, things have changed now. So, I really don't care, what Chris Hauser says, because his words have absolutely no bearing. And if Chris really wanted to present his case and state that, hey, look, I'm sorry, I apologize, I really meant no harm to, hurt or injure anybody, that was not in my intent. Well, then Chris Hauser should have got up there in front of that 5 panel of justices in the Tennessee Supreme Court and actually said that instead, because Chris was what? Mentally incompetent to handle his own affairs. So he had this nice little old gray-haired lady named Emmy represent him in front of the court because he couldn't do it. He had his opportunity. He blew it. Now, remember, Chris is a multimillionaire, kids, right? Right? He showed you that little $4 million 1099A coupon. And he's told me on the phone, I'm a multimillionaire, Floyd. Oh, shit. Awesome, Chris. Multimillionaires do not hire or accept public defense. Like O.J. Simpson did. They go get a dream team.
Yeah.
You go get you a Kardashian and put him in that dream team, right?
There's no lie in what you were saying, sir.
Yeah, right. So anyway, I think I pretty much beat Chris Hauser up. So we're going to jump off the Chris Hauser conviction bandwagon. And if you want to talk about his 1099A process, we can dive right into that as well.
Well, as far as the 1099As go, I recently did 2 just the other day, utilizing Chris's method of the Treasury as the lender, which personally I feel is not 100% accurate. Based off of what I know about negotiable instruments, bonds, beneficiaries. Now, upon talking to a couple of people, closely trusted sources who have done some bigger things than what Chris Hauser is talking about, it can work that way. However, because in that scenario, what you're doing is you're making your entity the borrower and the Treasury is the lender. Now, if you don't have a non-interest bearing bank account set up for a trust that can take those funds in, that process is not set up for a Treasury check. The way he's done that process is set up to get a direct deposit. Now, if you were to get those funds direct deposited into a personal account, say goodbye because you're going to jail for money laundering.
No, you're going to the BOP, baby.
Yeah.
Bureau of Prisons.
However, if you have those funds deposited into a non-interest bearing trust account, then you can leave those funds right there and they will collateralize a line of credit for you. And you do not touch those funds. Ever.
Well, explain that. Explain how you don't touch those funds so people don't get confused.
You deposit it into that bank, into that non-interest bearing trust account.
Mhm.
right? You make it very clear that you were doing a deposit, not cashing a check.
Better not.
Okay. Because if you cash that check, it's club fed. Good night. Now, you take that deposit that is in the bank, they're holding earnest money that you created, and it's just sitting there. So, what do you do with it? You ask for a line of credit off of it, because as long as that money stays there, you can continually keep pulling lines of credit off of that money as soon as you pay it down with your 1099 process. You see what I'm saying? It's a perpetual 1099 all the way around. You're going to get your line of credit off of the amount that you have deposited from whatever your 1099 was, right? Then you take your line of credit, run it up, pay it off, rinse and repeat.
Let's just use a hypothetical monetary value as $100,000.
Yeah, $100,000. So you filled out your 1099A, and the balance difference between what you put for total cost and what you put for assessed value is going to be your return, right? That's what's going to come to you in your account. If you're doing it the direct deposit way. If you're doing it the other way, it's going to come in a check, which would be using, instead of an 1199A, you would be using an 8888. So I actually might have those two reversed. Double check that. But once that money's there, now you've got $100,000 sitting in your account. If you pull that $100,000 out, they're going to get you for money laundering. It's the same as when you start a business and you take that initial check that they give you, the starter check. This is why they call it a starter check, because you use that check to write yourself a cool $250,000 and you deposit it. That deposit goes through after 3 to 5 business days, and now you have those funds accrued into your account to do what? The same thing as you would do with a 1099 process. You would take out the credits by getting a credit line. You leave the money in the account and you don't ever touch your money. In fact, I just posted a video the other day. I believe it was Warren Buffett. Maybe, or no, it wasn't Warren Buffett. It was another big time banker talking about how everything he does is through credit. All of his money sits. It
All
does
of,
not.
all of his money, what?
All of his money
Uh-huh.
sits. It just sits in one place and it stays there. It does not move.
Okay.
He uses OPM.
Other people's
through
money.
Right, through lines of credit.
Okay.
Right? Now this is, I'll have to find the video to get his name again, but it's one of the biggest bankers in the world.
Yeah,
Right?
well, Tillman Fertitta will tell you flat out. You know, I love debt. I love good debt, and
Yeah.
I'm, in, like
Debt
serious
is
debt.
money. Debt is money. This is
Mm.
why what ultimately we're going to start getting into, at least I know I am, because I've followed enough of what goes on in the back office at the courts to know that this is what's actually going on. I'm going to start going in and buying up court cases, random court cases, buying them. And then you know what they do with them? Sell them.
Mm-hmm.
Those court cases get bought and sold all day long. Multiple hands touch those things. Now, the difference between how they're doing it and how I would be doing it is they're trying to get a monetary value out of those. Right? They're trying to make money for themselves off of those cases. My goal is to buy it and shut it down and seal it. every time. And it can be done. So it's just a matter of us getting to that point, but I digress. So,
yeah, one of the comments is that there is no money. This guy is delusional, and of course, you're kind of
you're
misspeaking
missing
when
the
you,
point.
yeah, when you say money. You know, you could say debt instruments, and that'd be the same thing.
Right. I
However,
could say toilet paper and
It's
it's
exactly,
just
money.
it's
yeah,
I
just a
could
well,
say
general
coffee beans and it's money.
yeah,
it's a general blank statement referring to some type of monetary
So
value.
right.
you can call me delusional all you want. Until you got a letter from the White House in your proper name, I don't want to hear anything. Period. End of story. Because I got it. Do you?
Yeah, actually, he does. I've seen it. And
Yeah, I can
start
vouch for
getting
that
mail.
too.
Yeah, start getting mail that says John hyphen Kennedy, House of French.
Oh, and even better, they're also sending it to the proper address, Republic of Texas without the US.
Yeah,
So
he's
I don't know of
not
anybody that
kidding
can hop
kids.
on. I don't know of anybody that can hop on any of these channels and show me right now where not only did they get the state to acquiesce to their name, but to the fact that they're not even in the same country while in the same landmass. Just saying. Oh, I need some light in
Mm-hmm.
here.
Hey, James, are you a troll or a naysayer? I'm trying to figure out, which way you're going with this. I mean, I don't mind entertaining, your questions. You know, but either participate and learn, or you know, we're just not going to tolerate you, bro. Because we're here to teach people for free, and we're here to teach you the correct way to do it, the
Right.
lawful way to do it.
The
Okay.
way that we can show 100% acquiescence that it's been done.
Absolutely. Proof in black and white. Okay. We're not going to sit here and say, oh, yeah, well, this lady in North Carolina, she's done this multiple times and she's had success. Well, prove it.
Has Chris Hauser managed to have a district attorney admit on the record, which I have the transcript of, that your legal name is an enterprise? Has anybody in these groups, anybody, gotten that admission on the record? Heather Antucci didn't even get that. I got it.
So what's this about Revelations 18:4 come out of her, my people? What's he trying to say here?
What do you think you're doing when you create your own trust and capture that trust that they created? That's exactly what you're doing. You're coming out of her and you're creating your own and you're putting it under your control.
Lost the chat.
That's the essence of that entire process. And it's so much more than just a UCC1. It's so much more than just a security agreement. You still have to have the proper commercial lien filed in the proper registry for it to really take hold. And I'll tell you right now, it's not New York, it's not Texas, it's not California, and it's not any of the other what do they call it? For those sections of the country, regions. It's not any one of those other regional offices. It's Maryland. And why is it Maryland? Because that's where the company, United States, was originally created. That's where it was incorporated. And so everything that goes in through Maryland, now I get my information on this directly from a bond broker. I can't share his name, but I can tell you that he's been in the game for 50 plus years. And all he does is file commercial liens in Maryland and place registered bonds at the Treasury with 2 sureties that are not only accepted by the Treasury, but then put on the system to be publicly traded, where anybody in a brokerage can look that up and you could say, hey, here's my bond, here's my instrument. That's trading, that's backing everything that I do. The $100 million bond that we do for the initial U-Bot, that's just a baby bond. That's just to kind of teach you what you're supposed to be doing. Yeah, you can set off of that bond if you've got your numbers in place and you're tracking everything properly and you're making sure that you're calling the Treasury in Puerto Rico and you want to make sure that it's there and they can track it down. If you can prove and have a paper trail for all of that, yes, you can use it to set off and discharge. But for the most part, it just sits there in the box, which is okay because it's still doing its job.
Well, I mean, all bonds just sit in the box at the end of the day, right?
At the end of the day, yes. But that bond, its only real job is to transfer that birth certificate to them in order for them to trade the birth certificate. They're not trading that initial bond that you sent them. The private registered bond for investment,
Right.
You're handing them your birth certificate as collateral. What do you think they're really going to work with?
The birth certificate.
Exactly.
They don't run down the window or the battery to the car there.
Oh, yeah. Good point. But so you really have to take note to the fact that this stuff is set up in stages and by structures. And to get from point A to point Z in the commercial realm, you have to be able to put these structures together in a way that lets those private funds move without them looking like they're private funds. Because you don't want those private funds to come into a public account, i.e. personal account, and totally ruin everything that you've done. We'll take Donald J. Trump, for example.
Mhm.
The man with the most knowledge of bankruptcies on the face of the planet. Why? Because he knows what they are used for. And he uses them for what they are used for, which is to find out the assets of the creditors. And I use the term creditors loosely because he knows he's the true creditor.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, Donald Trump has 3 trusts that I know of specifically. Each of those 3 trusts have their own LLCs and corporations underneath them.
Mhm.
Each one of those LLCs and corporations is a vehicle. And I don't mean that in the banking sense of the term. I mean that in each corporation and LLC was specifically designed to hold and own either a plane, helicopter, or some sort of transportation device for him to be able to get around from point A to point B. Right?
Mhm.
All of those businesses are trusts by the way they're set up. And once they have their EINs, that creates an estate for that entity. And when you get that CP 575 back, you're going to see in the top right corner the amount of money that's in that account. And he simply files the tax paperwork, 1099A, B, C, OID, 1040V, in order to have those entities pay for themselves. So whenever he uses that plane, jet, train, whatever it is, it's not coming out of his pocket. Hell, it's not even coming out of his trust pocket. The entity is prepaid. Every entity you create is prepaid. That's why there's a number on the top of your CP 575. Because they created the credits and put it in the account and said, okay, go to work. File your taxes. File, not pay. File your taxes properly. And you're good to go.
Right.
It's simultaneously easier than people make it out to be and harder than people make it out to be. Just because everybody overthinks it.
Right.
Just play with your Monopoly pieces on your board. Remember, you're not
It's Monopoly.
the piece on the board.
Mm-hmm.
And just because Monopoly says you can only have one piece doesn't mean that you can only have one piece.
Looks like you're creating some new fans in the chat here, John.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
some
really?
haters. Yeah, you got some haters.
How many
Of
haters?
course, dude. That's it comes with the territory.
Hey,
So,
you can hate on me all you want. I'll tell you just like I told the people that I was talking to in jail the last time. You can hate on me all you want, because at the end of the day, I'm getting out and you're still in here.
yeah. Uh-huh.
So you can either follow me out or you can stay stuck. That's on you.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm kicking down doors everywhere I go, and I haven't lost a case yet, and I don't intend to anytime soon. And unless anybody on this chat can produce some sort of paper that can rebut my record, none of you have a leg to stand on.
Hold on. Let's expand our horizons.
I'm not trying to be a dick, but it's just a fact. You
Oh,
guys need to grow up.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to expand our horizons, and that covers not only in this chat or in this video, but we're going to go. Anybody in the world? We're waiting. Put up your bona fides. We got them. We're tried, tested, and true, baby. Been there, done it. Come on. We take all comers.
You can go on my Facebook page and see everything that I post. You can go in my Facebook group, Turtle Island Private Solutions, and get a hold of all the court documents that I've filed, that I've gotten cases dismissed. I've gotten mortgages discharged. I've gotten bills paid off for people just by sending in a letter. Like, not even a 1099, not even a remittance slip. More than anything, it's about how you talk to these people. And the biggest problem that everybody falls into with all this is everybody thinks that there's one blanket solution for all of this. And that's not the case. Not in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Yeah, there are some things that apply to all people. 1099s being done a certain way, this being done a certain way, that being done a certain way. However, each individual situation has its own unique issues. Be it a court case, be it a mortgage foreclosure, be it late on taxes, property taxes, whatever it is, there's a different way to address each situation, regardless of whether you do the 1099A process or not. 1099As have not been around forever. The entire process has not been around forever.
No, but it's been around for at least 2 decades.
At least 2 decades.
Mm-hmm.
But you've got 5,000 years of banking history going up against that 2 decades.
Oh, yeah. At least that.
Right? So you gotta start to figure out, what are you really going to put your faith in as far as how these processes go. Sure, the 1099s will work. if you can get them to work. What works every time and has never failed in the history of court and banking and everything else?
I know the answer.
What's that?
Pay for it.
Nope. An unrebutted affidavit.
Well, I've found that since we started doing all these things, that there is no specific process that may or may not work. Is that you just need to figure out the angle and keep working different processes until you find one that does work.
Agreed.
Right? And
And
don't
my
get
personal, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, don't get discouraged in the process because
Right.
you may not get the results you're looking for at first, right? So if you're going to just quit and give up and have a defeatist attitude, you don't need to be in this game. You know, you don't need to be putting yourself out there. If you're scared of your own shadow or what's going to happen to you, then go back to where you came from, because this is not for the faint of heart. You know, you have to be
No.
brave and courageous.
You're going to be tested to your limits with the amount of patience that you have, because this stuff doesn't happen easy or overnight or when you want it to, no matter how bad you want it to happen. Your paper, and I know this from personal experience, your paperwork can be 100% on point, and it still doesn't matter. But if you get back up and go at them again, instead of backing down or giving up on any given process, then you're gonna end up coming out on top. It might take a while. It might take years. I've been fighting the same couple of cases for a couple of years now.
Okay, hang on. That guy, it's me. Okay, ask a question, type in your question, and we're going to answer it. We're going to turn it into your show. Okay, we're going to make this all about you. Did any of this stuff work? Okay, you're going to have to define stuff because John's covered many topics. So which stuff are you talking about, bro? There's like, hold on. No, John. Let me back you up here, bro. John is on a cell phone. He's on something this size, trying to do a Zoom. So he's looking at his phone. He can't very well read the chat and answer it as well as I can because I'm on a laptop. So
And
that's
I'm
why
not on
I've been
YouTube. I'm
answering.
just on the Zoom.
Yeah, but you're on your cell phone. That's why
Right.
I'm answering the questions in the chat because I can see them very well and I can type on a keyboard. So if you have a specific question that you would like to ask, we'd be more than happy to answer it. That's what I'm telling you, okay? John's covered many topics. 1099, Chris Hauser, paid off mortgages, help people set up trusts, beat criminal cases, beat civil cases. I just be specific, bro, and we'll answer any question you have. I'm not going to back up and read your questions. Yeah, absolutely. I can ask him any question that you type on here. Absolutely. One thing you're going to find out about me, if you know anybody that was on the WIN unit from 2002 to 2012, anybody on the Ellis unit from 2012 to 2014, they know me. They were a correctional officer or they were an offender. They know me. And my reputation precedes me, bro. My reputation is act in honor, good faith, clean hands at all times. So I don't hold anything back. That name up there, Fearless Floyd, I earned that in prison. It's tattooed on my back. You don't run around prison with fucking shit tattooed on you that you can't stand up for. So we're going to allow you to address anything you want. We're going to answer it to the best of our abilities. And the three of us here are smart enough to know when to say, I don't know, and not blow smoke up your ass. So that's where we're at. 1099, are you out of your mind? No, we are not out of our minds. Okay. So do you have a specific question? I just asked, did any of this stuff already discussed work?
I can also
Not my warehouse
show
war
proof.
stories.
I can also show proof that a 1099 has worked with OID for, and this wasn't done for me. This was done for someone else, and it was back in 2008, but it worked. Proof of concept. Period. End of story. So the fact that the forms even exist, bro, think about it. Why do the forms exist if they're not made to be used? Common sense, man.
Now let me back up a little bit, okay? And I'm going to do a video on this because most of you people who, in no way am I disparaging your knowledge, your research, your experience, or your investment in time in this. But the majority of you do not know the ancestry of this entire process. Who were the people that came before us, and what did they attempt, and where are they at today, and what have they gone through? So most of you don't even know the name Barton Butts, Roger Elvick, Robert Kelly.
You're taking it really far back, bro.
Gene Blaine Keating. Oh yeah, I go way, 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 way back.
Shoot,
Okay?
I'd even throw out a recent one that they probably don't even know. Dean Clifford.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Can we discharge warrants? You can discharge a warrant. What is a warrant? If you went back and you watched my video that I did on what is a warrant, you will see that a warrant is a check. And when they issue a warrant, what you need to do is ask for a wet ink warrant, the one that's actually signed by a judge or some authority, whoever they may be. As soon as you get it in your little hot little hands, turn it over and endorse it and put pay to the order of and flip it over. Who do I need to make this out to? The city of Houston, county of Harris, state of Texas, United States Inc. Endorse it and hand it back to them. You just discharge whatever you want because the warrant is them seeking remedy. They want payment. There's a liability in the whole transaction.
And
that's all they're asking
why
for.
they must show you a warrant upon request. They're very clear, upon request. So as soon as you say it, they have to show it. And if they can't show it, it's a fraudulent instrument. Or defective.
Yep. You put who is the 1099 for? Okay, there's probably 30 to 50 different 1099s. 1099A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, J, O, I, D, miscellaneous, NEC.
Yeah.
Yeah. Be specific, please. DD 187, like your discharge papers.
Oh, is that military discharge?
I think so. That's what you're talking about.
I don't know much about that, but I can introduce you to somebody who does. So if you see me on Facebook, you can inbox me and I will make an introduction.
Okay. Or you can always email me at the Fearless Floyd Show, yahoo.com. I'll get your email. We can set up a Zoom. We can do a one-on-one, whatever you like.
So I want to add some emphasis to what John was saying. If the 1099-A was created by the IRS, and the B and the C and the D and the E and the F and the G and the H and the I and the J and the K, then it only would make sense that if you fill out the thing correctly and you follow their procedure and you submit it, that they're going to do whatever it was designed to do. So to say, oh, do you have any success? Does any of this work? Well, why would the IRS create a document for someone to use if it didn't have a purpose and it wasn't going to work? It doesn't make any sense, and it's a dumb question.
No, it's not a dumb question,
There's
Jesse.
no question that is a dumb question.
Well, I mean,
No.
it's not.
Is a question not asked.
It's but it's a question that is self-explanatory, and that's what I mean by
But
it's a dumb question.
it doesn't make it a dumb question because
It's self-evident.
hold on, you ask yourself questions all the time that you already know the answer to, but you say it out loud or think it in your own mind. So no question is dumb.
Well, yeah, but I'm not gonna keep trying to stress a point when the document is there and it was created by the IRS, and it's obvious that in some capacity it works, whether I know how to do it or not.
Right. Yeah, but I'm not gonna allow you to tell my audience that their questions are dumb
All right, I
without holding
apologize.
you accountable, just
I
like I hold them
apologize.
accountable.
No, it's
Yeah,
okay.
no problem.
I apologize. I didn't really mean it
Yeah.
in that way. To me, it just seems like a nonsensical question when you already know the answer to it.
Well, sometimes we do that. We ask ourselves questions we already know the answers to. May not want to believe it, but that's how life is. We're strange creatures for sure. Let's see. Let me back up a little bit. What about John and Balaramus warrants? Did they discharge them? I saw them on Facebook Live.
I have not discharged a warrant. I'm not going that route. Because that would be paying them, right? And they harmed me. So I put in a vacate void judgment against.
Let me stop you right there because I'm sure we have people on here who have no idea what we're talking about as far as why you have a warrant. So let's back up there and kind of start from
all right.
step one and work them through.
On September 20-something, I went to court with Balaram Das as his religious counsel and witnessed Judge Philip Sorrells create a fraudulent warrant for a non-appearance when the appearance was clearly happening and ignoring the sovereign's special appearance. And upon leaving, I informed them that, hey, you issue that fraudulent warrant, you try to execute it, it's going to come back on you. 3 weeks go by. It's now October 28th. And the police come knocking at the door looking for Balaram. And I said, he's not here. And they're like, well, we need to speak with him. You got a warrant? Yeah, I got a warrant. Okay, let me see it. Well, I don't have it on me. Oh, well, then you've got a really big problem. And you need to get a supervisor out here right now. Around the corner of my doorway, peeks out the supposed supervisor. I'm the supervisor. I'm like, good, great. Where's the warrant? Don't have it on us. You should know better. What the fuck are you doing on my property without a properly signed Fourth Amendment warrant with a wedding signature from a judge, not a rubber stamp? Okay, we're out of here. We're done. And they go to leave. This is where my video picks up from the 28th. I grab my phone and I then walk outside and I record the two agents and I attempt to identify them. The supposed supervisor refused to identify, but the other officer did. I warned both of them, if you don't you ever come back to this fucking house, exactly like you can watch the video for yourself. Don't you ever come back to this fucking house without a Fourth Amendment signed warrant. You're fucking with the wrong one. Excuse me? You heard what the fuck I said. Don't come back unless you got a proper warrant. They have not been back as long as myself or Balaram were in the house. They only came back to the house when Balaram was out of town and I was locked up. Now, 28th, we'll move on to the 29th. Next day, my roommate goes to the store using a car that has my DOT plates on it. She pulls over to check something on the car, and a cruiser pulls up behind her and starts harassing her and asking her questions if the car's stolen, this, that, and the other, and asking her questions about the house. And would she let them in? Because they can't come to the house unless they're let in. We're very specific with her about that. And she calls me up to let me know that they're harassing her and that she needs help. So I grab my briefcase with all my paperwork and I get to stepping. And I confront the cops. This is where it gets really long. It's a big bunch of back and forth. You can go watch the video if you want. It's still on my Facebook page. And basically I told him, listen, you had no probable cause. The DOT plate is valid. It's issued from the United States DOT. Well, how come we can't look it up? I'm sorry, if something's above your pay grade, not my fucking problem. Well, she's driving without a license. I don't give a fuck. That's not a law broken. That's not a crime. No party's been injured. No property's been damaged. It's not a crime. And in fact, the Texas Supreme Court has ruled that the driver's license is an unconstitutional document. So I ultimately prevented the false arrest and harassment of my friend. And instead, they took me once they sat around in a circle and conspired to come up with a charge that they could hit me with, which was interference with public duties and unlawful carrying of a firearm and fictitious license plate. Before I even got to trial, the fictitious license plate and the firearm charge disappeared. Just off of my initial internal affairs complaint. Fast forward, I have a competency hearing. And no, wait, sorry.
Jesse.
Wrong.
I'm
It
sorry.
was not the competency hearing first. First, it was the initial hearing to set the stage. I can't remember what the fuck it's called now. But at that one, I disqualified the judge for practicing law from the bench when he put in a plea for me. And I informed him that everything was fraudulent from the get-go. It was an unlawful arrest. And I was running the courtroom on him, and he didn't like it. So he had me arrested for contempt. I sat in the back room, and when he arrested me for contempt, I told my buddy LaFons that was with me, I said, yo, I need you to go out and get bail. And he's like, I'll see you. The judge is like, I'll see you in a few months. There's no bail on contempt. And then he sent the cops after my buddy LaFons. Or the bailiffs after my buddy LaFons as he was walking out. And they bring him back in and they try to give him a hard time. And they're saying, well, that he's supporting me. And my buddy's like, I haven't said a word. I haven't said anything. And he's like, well, why are you here then? He's like, I'm just here as a witness. Witness what? You kidnapping my friend? Oh, well, he didn't like that. So you would expect the judge would probably try to throw him in jail too, but no, they let him go. 45 minutes later, they pull me back out. Now, he had to put on this show of force because I was like, I'm the authorized representative, da 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 da. Here to see the balance brought back to zero. And the first thing out of his mouth is that bullshit isn't going to fly in this court. And I'm like, well, that bullshit is going to fly because I'm the only one that can handle that account because it's my name on it. And by my name, I mean my beneficiary's name holding the account. So when he brought me back out, we went back and forth a little bit. And I was like, I'm not trying to create controversy. I just need the record to reflect what's actually going on. And he starts trying to tell me I'm a person. I'm like, not according to the statute. And he starts getting mad and he's throwing pens and pushing paper and pushing himself back in his chair. And he's getting all frustrated, right? And first he says, okay, I'm giving you 30 days in jail. And I'm like, Your Honor, I'm not here to create a controversy. I just want my property back. All right, 15 days. Your Honor, I'm not trying to create a controversy. I just want my property back. 5 days. Your Honor, not trying to create a controversy. I just want my property back. I just want to go home. Then he drops it down to 1 day. And I said, well, if it's only going to be 1 day, that's a whole lot of time, energy, taxpayer money, and manpower thrown at one person. Or sorry, I didn't say one person. I did say one man. Thrown at one man for something that is so minuscule that you could just send me home. He sits back in his chair a little bit. I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you this one. So I was out in less than an hour. Go home, come back for the competency hearing. Got them to admit that I was competent on the record while I'm still objecting. Now, how did I get them to admit that I was competent on the record? Jesse, will you tell the audience what I did? Jesse, don't leave me hanging.
So if anyone has seen the Dave Chappelle skit where he says, I plead the fifth over and over and over and over, that's pretty much what John did. It was like watching the Dave Chappelle skit.
Every single question they asked me, except for two, and one of them was, did you graduate high school? I said, relevance. And the other one was, I don't remember what the other one was now off the top of my head. But every question that they asked, I said, I plead the fifth. And the district attorney tried laughing at me like he was going to get me out of my room, and get me off my square. It wasn't happening. I pled the fifth every step of the way. He says, well, we seem to think that he has a clear enough understanding of the English language. And I said, objection, you're not using the English language in here. And then I don't remember a lot of what happened after that, except they gave me a hard time. And I was like, fine, just give me my fucking paperwork. I'm out of here. And then I stood up and they kept telling me to sit down. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to sit down. You don't order me to do anything. Like, I'm not breaking any law by standing. Is it against the law to stand? So then he gives the bailiff a look. Bailiff grabs me in a chokehold, picks me up, choke slams me into the chair. You really gonna do this? You really gonna have this bailiff, this court jester assault me like this? Seriously? You're gonna do that in front of all these people? Well, you're going to jail for 30 days if you don't shut up right now. I'm like, you can ask me to be quiet, but you can't order me to do anything. You can't tell me to shut up. This is my hearing and I have a right to be heard, whether you like it or not. So they took me, put me in the back, kept me for 20 days. Set my trial for 10 days after they took me. So I would be in jail when I had my trial. Thinking that they were going to get 180 days on me. I went into trial. I hit them with the fact that you can't be imprisoned for any offense, even if the local law permits it, unless you're represented by counsel. Hey, Chris Hauser, take note. You cannot be arrested for or imprisoned for any offense unless you are represented by counsel. So the judge gave me probation. And then he says, I want to make it perfectly clear. Now, this is a retired judge that they brought in. I got the first judge recused for his violating his oath of office. This is the second judge now. Retired judge who worked with the judge that wrote the revised Article 9. And he was making it a point to let me know that he's the guy to go to in Texas for sovereign citizen trials. Objection, I'm not a sovereign citizen. So he makes it perfectly clear that he probated the case. It's not a conviction. I didn't want to give you a conviction. Jail is for people that deserve to be there. My job is to make sure that you verbatim. My job is to make sure that you spend the least amount of time in jail as possible. I have witnesses to this. At least 7 of my own, not to mention the 30 plus cops that were in there trying to intimidate me. So they probated the case, and he told me that if I appeal, it will freeze probation. I'm like, oh, I'll be appealing. Don't you worry about it.
All right, hang on. Let me pause you right there, okay?
Yep.
Because you probably don't know this. No, Jesse doesn't know this, and most people don't unless they do their research. All district courts in the state of Texas, okay, it doesn't matter whether it's a family district court, a civil district court, or a criminal district court, they all have the same jurisdiction. They can practice any law that they want in those courts, which means in a family court, they can practice criminal law. They can practice commercial law. They can practice civil law. Okay? In any one of those courts, they're interchangeable. Just because they have it labeled criminal, civil, family doesn't mean a motherfucking thing. It's a facade. It's a front, okay, to get you to believe in what you're going to do in that particular court. So what's actually really happening is a commercial process under civil rules and procedure masquerading as whatever facade that they decide to label it as. I digress.
No, but you didn't really, because you fed into what I'm going to say next. He wanted to make sure that I knew that the case was probated. Why? So I can handle it in probate, but I'm not going to do that, right? Because you don't want to go into probate. Because you go into probate, they get their hands on your account. Your job is to protect that account. There's a whole book. I have it sitting at home right now. How to stay out of probate. It's about 900 and something pages. And all it says at the end, you read through all the gibberish in that whole fucking book. And the only thing that you need to come away from in that motherfucker is if I go to probate, they're taxing my estate. So, instead of doing an appeal, I did a vacate void judgment. Texas Supreme Court law states that once a judgment is void, there is no need for appeal. The judgment can be made void at any time by the actions of the judge or the prosecutor. And the second that you notify it of that issue that created the void judgment, it is already void and you don't have to do anything that they're saying. You can move as if it doesn't exist.
Right, because if there's a void judgment on the trial court level, then the appellate court would not have any jurisdiction. It'd be a moot point.
Exactly.
Okay, I have a question, and I don't know why it came up in my email and not in the comments. And I don't mean to stop you, but
Okay.
ask John Kennedy French if he got his at law and RIM assigned private DOT exempt plate and his firearm back from legal confiscation. Where was the protection he promotes then?
The protection is in the rights that you carry. Okay. Just because you have all this paperwork does not mean that they're not going to violate. This is why you are self-governing. This is why you are being a big boy and you're putting your big boy pants on and you're taking the risk, because at any time it is a risk. You're dealing with criminals. So the protection comes in when you do your administrative process. That's where the protection comes in. Until everybody is completely re-educated, we are what's known as pathfinders, trailblazers, paving the way, the first to come, the last to leave. Now,
So, did you get your firearm back?
that's what I was just going to get into.
Okay. I just didn't want you to forget it.
At the trial, they informed me that because I would be either appealing or vacating the void judgment, whichever it was that I did, nothing can be returned until the case is shut down and closed. That's just how the rules work. You don't get any property back until your case is closed. Right? So I can't get anything back until I shut this case down. However, the big win in that is he had the option to destroy my firearm. He didn't. And do you know why he didn't? Because he knows that I would have had recourse. And he didn't want the liability, which is why he made sure to tell me that it was not a conviction, it was probated. Because he didn't want the liability. Now, the vacate void judgment's going to hit him either way, and they're still going to have to overturn everything he's done by the time I'm finished with him. But my vacate void judgment was sent to the administrative judge. Sorry, my vacate void judgment got the second judge recused. I put in the vacate void judgment on February 7th. And on Valentine's Day, he recused himself. Then I sent the vacate void judgment to the administrative judge of the 8th District. And then I sent the vacate void judgment to the chief U.S. District Judge of the Northern District.
Been there.
And I sent that in without a filing fee, which is $400 something, right? Tell me if anybody out there in the realm has done this either, because I'd hey, great if you have. But as far as I know, so far, I'm the only one in the space that's gotten a federal lawsuit put in without having to pay a single dime. And so that case is on the docket now, French versus Coffee. And it was put on the docket without paying a cent. So clearly, I'm
Now,
doing
hold on.
something right.
Let me. Because anybody with a legal background or who's been to litigation, they're going to first thing they're going to ask you: did you file an application for motion to proceed, or as a pauper that you cannot afford to pay the costs for litigation?
Nope. What I did is I sent in a letter that stated this document is considered filed upon receipt by law. Title 26, clerks do your job. That's what I put. I will not go in form of papyrus because that puts you in ward status again. I'm not a ward of the state. I walk around with 50 ounces of gold on me. Bars.
You mean silver?
Sorry, yeah, silver. My
Yeah,
bad.
don't get us jacked for carrying 50 ounces of gold.
My bad. Sorry. I was thinking about the gold depository that we were talking about earlier at the same time.
You're getting carried away there.
50 ounces of silver with my trust name engraved on it. Stamped right into it. Every time I go into a federal or court building, now they don't even ask to look in my briefcase anymore. But before, it was, oh, wow, that's real money. Oh, wow, that's not that fiat shit. I can respect that. This is coming from the guards, right? Because they know what the fuck this shit is. They just don't put it out there that they know. And especially if they're part of the fraternal order.
Well, John, tell them about our experience with the books we carried in and how we were given the royalty treatment.
Oh yeah, so we went into Tarrant County Court one day. I had my Mason's Bible, and Jesse had a copy of Morals and Dogma, which is the book that all 32nd degree Masons have to read before they can pass on to the 33rd degree. And as we're going through the scanner, one of the guards sees my Bible and he looks at me and says, real low whisper, leans into me. Love the light, brother. I was like, what? I literally couldn't hear him. And he says, love the light. I was like, oh, thank you. And I held up my two fingers like Jesus does in that picture, because I know that's one of their signs. And I said, thank you, brother. and then Jesse walks up behind me.
Actually, I was in front of you.
Were you in front of me?
Yeah, I was in front of you.
Oh, yeah. He had asked you the question after I had moved around you, so I was already on the other side of you when you answered the question. That's why I'm saying that. All right, so I put my clothes on and stuff, and then I walked around Jesse, and he asked the cop sees his book, and Jesse's like, you know what this is? And the guy's like, no. He says, this is the truth. And then after that, and every single time.
Actually, what he said to me he said 32nd degree Mason. And I wasn't paying attention. And I looked up at him and I said, what'd you say? He said 32nd degree Mason. And I realized he was talking about the book. And instead of answering his question, I asked him if he read the book. And I told him that all the secrets were inside of the book. And he just smiled. And I said, well, you need to read. Yeah, I said, you need to read it. And he goes, oh, I'm going to. And I said, have a great day. Good travels.
Yeah. And ever since then, whenever we're in the court in that specific building, if they see us, they're asking us, you need anything? Can we escort you anywhere? You need help finding anything? Now they know that I know where everything is, so they don't really do it as much. But I get greeted in a way that nobody else gets greeted in that building. Like they treat me well.
Yeah, until they hold us of contempt of court and throw us in jail for 20 days and 4 days.
Well, that's just because the judge had a hair up his ass and because he was getting bullied by me. That's really all that boiled down to, is he lost control of his courtroom, and it was my courtroom at that point, and he didn't like it.
Right.
And it was done in front of everybody. So the only way that he had to save face and make it look like he had any kind of authority in there at all whatsoever was to do what he did, even though he knew on the other side of it that I was going to end up beating it. Because between his violations of the Judicial Code of Conduct and the other judges' violations of the Judicial Code of Conduct, it's impossible for me to get a fair trial.
Well, let's back that up.
Practicing law from the bench.
Yeah, let's back that up. 90% of your representatives that the public at large votes or elects into office are attorneys.
Yep.
What do attorneys do once they get elected? They draft bills that become laws.
Law.
And who enforces the laws?
Attorneys.
And law enforcement. Absolutely. And they're all for-profit corporations. They're all working together. And they're working in this legal fiction. You know, do whatever the fuck they shoot first, ask questions later. Happens all the time, every day, all over the country.
Yep.
Yes,
Yep.
there is definitely a conspiracy going on, no doubt.
So
It's
the fact
not
of
even
the,
really a conspiracy. I mean, it's out in the open. It's just
right, yeah.
we've been miseducated, dumbed down, institutionalized, programmed to not know any better, to not look anywhere else. Now, because they're hyperinflating the dollar, cost of living goes up, wages are stagnated. It used to be that the mother stayed at home, the father was the breadwinner of the family.
Right, they've completely
And
destroyed the
then they
family
said,
unit.
okay, well, we got to get her out of the house. We got to get her busy too, so she can't educate her kids correctly. So what they do? They make it where both parents work. Now the kids are just running buck wild. And that's how they do it. And they get you to where
And
you're
that's
just
by design. Why?
Yeah,
Because then they can come in and take the kids because the parents aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing as parents, obviously, because if they were, the child wouldn't be running around buck wild now, would it? Well, that's their way in. That's what they use. That's their in. But
okay. Go ahead.
What everybody has to understand is that the time for worrying about being protected by this shit is over. Right? We are in a war. Make no mistake. This is a war. And you can be as non-belligerent and non-combative as you want. If you don't take a stand and put your body on the line, you're not getting anywhere in this process. Because until you put your body on the line, you do not have the balls to go all the way, period.
And to add to that, you're already the surety. Your physical body's already their capital. So, either you're going to decide to be a slave and just submit and go along to get along, or you're going to say, hey, they're going to take the body anyways, I might as well take a stand.
Right. You have to be willing to take the risk.
Yeah, that's the problem. And most people are not willing to take the risk and risk their freedom. They're, you might be like me and lose everything you own and walk out with nothing but a bag of trash and some freaking clown clothes that they give you to wear.
Yep.
With nothing, and have nothing to come to. No family, no money, no job, no car, no house, nothing. And you got to get out there and pound the pavement and hustle. Okay? All this shit behind me, this is all me. I built all this. And Don and Jesse are in my house right now. And they'll tell you, I got a badass house.
Yes,
they haven't even been to the third floor yet. I don't even think y'all been to the second floor.
I didn't even know there was a third floor. What the fuck?
Oh, I know. That's the studio up there, the actual real studio. That's where I do all my artwork.
Oh, that's what's up. That's cool.
Yeah, I'll take you up there in a little while. Somebody asked, who's Felicia? Ask him how Felicia's doing.
That's great.
Felicia is one of the clerks at Tarrant County. She's one of the managers at Tarrant County. And bless
okay.
her heart, I have wrung that woman through the ringer and the other manager. And they know what's up. We'll put it this way. When I make a phone call, I get a call back, and not just a call back the next day or later on. When I make a phone call and I talk to this woman, I hear something within 30 minutes. Okay? She has my recusal of the first judge posted on the court wall on the bulletin board. So it's like one of the first things you see when you walk into the clerk's office.
Mm-hmm.
And is my entity's name right there in big bold letters. Boom, right as soon as you walk in.
And that's what you want to do. You want these people to know exactly the hell you are, what your status and standing is, before you even step foot in there. As soon as they see your name, hear your name, or you're able to identify your being, and they're like, no, 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 we don't have nothing to do with that guy. No, you need to get out of here. I don't care what you're here for. We'll take care of it. Get out of here.
Yep.
Yeah,
And that's
how they treat me.
that will happen over time. But what you got to understand is you got a gauntlet to get through first.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
A legit gauntlet.
Mm-hmm.
Like they are, because what nobody realizes is we're being initiated with this. This is initiation into the ways Egypt did commerce, the ways that the Anunnaki did commerce.
Mm-hmm.
It's no different. What ended up happening is
My roommate's coming in. Hey, John, my roommate's coming in. He's probably going to come in here and interrupt because he wants to be famous. So just be aware, everybody.
all right.
Yeah, he's real jealous that I have a show.
So, all right, what was I saying?
You're talking about the
Talking
gauntlet.
about the
Right.
Yeah.
So this is
the
how
Anunnaki.
the Sumerians and the Anunnaki and all of them did commerce. And you have to understand, it's all trust. It's always been trust. And it always goes in a cycle because trusts work in cycles. And all we're witnessing is the next trust, the next worldwide trust. The Sestake is not the first worldwide trust. The Pope didn't create the first worldwide fucking trust. God created the first worldwide fucking trust.
Yeah. And most people don't know that the papacy was created through the royalty, i.e., kingdoms, because that was actually their astronomer who gave them astrological advice and eventually evolved into the papacy and created the popes. And the reason they created religion was to divide and separate
and conquer.
Yes,
Exactly.
absolutely. Mm-hmm.
So at the end of the day, you have to understand that you're being initiated into an ancient religion, an ancient one world religion, because we were all one at one point, and that's what they're trying to bring back. And there's nothing wrong with that, because one way or another, we're going to be one world. It's all about how we get there. Either we're going to get there through tyranny or we're going to get there through love and embracing things.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, it's going to happen because it's too small not to.
Yeah. Are you a Mason?
Am I a Mason?
Yes.
No. Fuck no. And I will never take that oath. Although I've thought about it, I've been invited.
Uh-huh.
I thought about it just for the sake of getting the knowledge and
Right.
making the connections to make this whole process easier.
Right. Be it in the in click.
Right. If you can't beat them, join them kind of shit, right?
Right. Yeah. I get it. Yeah.
But I'm not okay with murdering children. I'm not okay with mental confusion causing men to think they're women and women to think they're men. I'm not okay with putting frog DNA into water in order to create,
Yeah, my dog here.
a female reproductive organ in a man. I'm not in favor of any of that shit. I'm not in favor of lying with another man to get into a club.
Right. Or be assaulted.
I know Masons that are straight as an arrow and have never touched a man in their life, and they're all low-level Masons. The 3 high-level Masons that I know,
Mm-hmm.
they're all fifi. Facts. Like, I'm sorry, but it is what it is. And when you realize that the God that they worship is half male, half female, all of this shit starts to really make sense. So, no, I'm not a Mason, but
Okay.
I have requisitioned and acquired a lot of their knowledge. Like I said, I have Morals and Dogma, I have the Mason's Bible, and I have the companion book to Morals and Dogma that goes into greater detail. And I'll tell you right now, in those books, it's all about Egypt and the Sumerians. The very front of the Mason's Bible is all like, you've got 35 pages before you even get to the table of contents of the Bible. And it's
Mm-hmm.
all about the Sumerians in Egypt and the history of Freemasonry and Christianity. And I'll tell you right now, one doesn't exist without the other. Sorry
Right.
for you.
Yep. Hang on. Let me get these questions. Let's see. Is John a clandestine attorney, which I addressed earlier? But I'm going to let John say his
Am,
own piece. So,
am I a what?
a clandestine attorney.
No, but I was trained on procedure and some stuff by a recovering attorney. I myself consider myself religious counsel and common law counsel. The common law grants me the right to assist any man or woman in any type of litigation. I've had the chance to help a couple of people, but I've never actually been allowed to do it in the courtroom. I have done sidebar where they're like, I need to speak to my counsel, and then we go outside.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I am not an attorney. I do not have an oath to the bar. I only have 2 oaths, and one is to God and the other is to my son.
Okay. So you're
So
not licensed by the Texas State Bar or any other state bar or English bar?
no, and neither is anybody else.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm
All it
just
is,
trying to go through
yeah,
these
no,
questions.
I'm just clarifying for their own information so that they know that there's no such
Right.
thing as a license to practice law. There's no
All
such
right.
thing. The bar card is nothing more than a dues card for paying your dues to get into that club. You can call the
Right.
licensing department of your state, and I highly
Mm.
suggest that you do this. Call your licensing division and sit around in a circle, 3, 4, 5 of you guys, and witness and record each other making these calls. And you call in succession. The first person calls and gets confirmation. Next person calls and gets confirmation. And you basically say, yes, I need to know what I need to do in order to get a license to practice law.
All right. And
And they're going to
just
tell you that they don't offer a license to practice law.
to add to what you're saying, We know that there's no license to practice law because law is common to everyone. But what they're practicing is not law, right? They're practicing legalese, which is something completely different. They're calling it law.
It's actually company policy.
I was just gonna say it's codified company policy.
Right. That makes more sense. Or the administrative process.
Right.
That's why they're called politicians, because they create policy. And that's why they have an enforcement division called policemen or policymen.
Right.
Just do your linguistics. Okay, let me get
in
to some of these
Spanish. It's
questions.
even better. In Spanish, it's even better because they're really not hiding it. Policia.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Why was he carrying the Masonic Bible in there, Floyd? Was it to mislead or misrepresent? Or were you just playing their game in the three-ring circus of fiction?
So
a little bit of both.
Yeah, a little bit of all that. So basically what I was doing is I wanted to make sure that they were on notice that I know what they know. Okay? Now, the other part of that is they don't know what I don't know. And they don't know me. So seeing those two high-level books, I could be auditing them from their own organization, and they, you know what I mean? The idea is to put them in a position of questioning. Because if you don't know what the fuck's going on, you don't know how to respond. Because I promise you, everything that those motherfuckers did after they knew that I had that Mason's Bible, I promise you they're going home and they're second guessing everything. Like, what if? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
So it was basically a psychological play, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was psychological warfare. No different than they play on you.
Right. It's just like a magician, you're doing sleight of hand. Look over here. Look over here.
Exactly. Just like
and like what they do with these court cases, especially on the appellate level, they send you off on all these little rabbit trails. So you're not chasing the rabbit anymore. Now you're just chasing all these trails that don't lead to the rabbit.
Right. And that's another reason why, speaking of psychological warfare, that's why in any given case, at some point, I start billing the judge's wife. Because the judge and his wife are one entity.
Right. Okay. Let me.
You want to talk?
Go ahead. Well, I'm trying to get through these questions because we're backing up.
All right, I'll make this real quick. And if you want to get into psychological warfare, imagine being a judge coming home to a woman that has a $30,000, $40,000, $100,000 lawsuit against her because of the actions of her husband. And then she's been put up on notice of those actions via affidavit that was with the bill. How much of a grateful home life do you think that guy's going to have? What kind of psychological effect do you think that's going to play on that motherfucker?
Right. Because of course they've commingled their corporations, so they're one. They merged. Okay, next question. Yeah, next question. Is it the objective to be a public enemy though? And that I can answer that, and that's no, absolutely not. You're supposed to come in peace.
However, the law states that you must be a belligerent claimant. Because unless you claim belligerently, then what's the word I'm looking for? You're too timid to do what you need to do to fight off the bullies that are going to be coming for that account. You need to make sure that you're able to deal with what's going to come down the pipe, because they're going to come at you and they're going to violate you. a line from the Batman movie, with the Chris Nolan Batman movies, with Christian Bale. Sir, you spat in the face of the city's most violent criminals, and you expected no pushback. Of course there was going to be death before it was over. Of course something was going to happen before it was over. You broke into their pocketbooks. And that's what you're doing when you take control of this estate. You're breaking into the pocketbooks of each one of these judges, attorneys, bailiffs, secretaries, all of it. You're pulling out of their pocket. And they're a big fucking gang. Do you guys really think there's not going to be any pushback? Of course not. We're a big gang too. And we're getting bigger. And people are waking up. People in positions that we need to be awake are waking up. That's all I have on that one.
Okay. Hope you've read my questions after the Ancient Aliens bit, Floyd. You're more than welcome to believe whatever you want about this current iteration of humans inhabiting this place called Earth and our origins. You're free to choose whatever you want, believe whatever you want. We're not trying to expound anything upon you for your beliefs or your knowledge. Take it whatever you want. Why carry their Bible? Hang on, it jumped on me. Jeez, we're way behind. Yeah, you gotta shorten your answers here, John.
I'll do my best.
Yeah, I know it's hard. You just gotta be more concise. Why carry their Bible into court then? It's not the court's Bible. The court's Bible is their policy.
Yep.
It's the law books. That's why, you walk in any law library and there's thousands of freaking books. Corpus Juris Secundum, Southwest Reporter, Federal Appendix, Federal Reporter, Supreme Court Digest, Texas Digest, Vernon's Code Statutes, annotated. Bro, I can just go
Robert's
on and on.
Rules of Order.
Yeah, Black's Law Dictionary, Bouvier's Law Dictionary, Webster's, it goes on and on and on and on. So that's their Bible. It's not a Masonic Bible.
The point was because there is a Masonic Brotherhood of Police, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if they're second guessing whether or not you're a Mason, they're also second guessing whether or not they're going to assault you.
Yeah,
that's the logic behind that.
Yeah. Why not stick to claiming what one can actually prove? I don't know where he's going with that. I've told you, man. I don't know. I've told him to be real specific with his questions. Weird stuff he's saying, odd fixation.
I've been able to prove that the straw man exists in court. I've gotten acquiescence by a court that the straw man exists. Not only did they admit it on the record by the district attorney stating that my name is an enterprise and would I like discovery on behalf of my enterprise, but they also sent me the dismissal letter to John French, care of John Kennedy French. Sorry, John French, care of John Kennedy, the House of French, care of John Kennedy French estate. So that one letter right there gave full acquiescence to the separation of all three entities just in that one sentence. Just in that one sentence.
Right.
So I can prove it all day long.
El Pedro, what's up, bro? Genesis 5:2, male and female created he, them, and he called them their name Adam. Okay. Will you ask why he brought the Masonic Bible to court, though? He answered that question. Don't dismiss the exact context in the King James Version Bible. Well,
The
I'm
Masonic
gonna
Bible
ask
is a King James
King
version
James
Bible.
version Bible. It's King James's version. King James,
Yeah,
his version.
King James was a Mason, so the Masonic
Yeah,
Bible is the
yeah,
King James Bible. The only difference is the
yeah.
Masonic edition has information about Egypt and Samaria and the Anunnaki in the beginning of the book.
Yeah. Just look. Go
That's
read
that's
the
the only
book of
difference.
Enoch. And why is the book of Enoch not in the Holy Bible? Why isn't it in the
Bam.
King James version? Omitted for a reason. Okay. Do people authenticate the birth certificate? Yeah, people who are employed by your specific state or in the Department of State, they do authenticate the certificate of live birth. I imagine you can get a birth certificate authenticated as well. That's issued
Yes, you
by
absolutely
the
can.
yeah, by your hospital. You can actually get pretty much any document authenticated. I just, like in California, they're trying to really suppress the authentication process, and what they do is an apostille.
Yeah.
So it just depends on your state.
Well, and see, an apostle is also a form of
How's he not a clandestine attorney, though?
because I'm
Yeah, yeah.
not,
How's he not a clandestine attorney, though?
because I've never taken an
Because
oath to the bar.
attorney, yeah, exactly. I'm not an attorney. Okay, I'm what's called a proper or pro se self litigant. Have I personally litigated in the courts? Absolutely. Am I published? Yes. Have I had cases reversed? Yes. Okay, and I filed everything that you could think to throw at these people. Don't think I haven't, because all you got to do is just put me in Westlaw, LexisNexis, and put my full name in there. That's why I'm on Front Street, bro. I ain't trying to hide nothing. Ain't nothing. Nope, not doing it. I'm on Front Street. Go look it up. I did a video about some of it. What I can just Google. Let's see. What's the distinction? The distinction is that generally in the state of Texas, one has to go to law school, get a JD, which is a Juris Doctorate, 4 year, generally 4 year college term. And once you do that, you take the state bar exam. And then once you do that exam and you pass it, they give you a license to go basically lie to people and steal their money. So that's the distinction between somebody who has an overstanding of who they are and has the ability to stand on their square and defend themselves and call people out who are trying to push them off their square. Okay, as opposed to somebody like, we're not going to mention any names, Chris Hauser, who don't, and has to have a public defender come represent them, even though they're a multi-millionaire. So that's the distinctions. Did he authenticate his birth certificate? I
Yep.
presume you're talking about John, and I'm going to correct your terminology right there, because your birth certificate is the one that's issued by the hospital
Right.
of
Yeah.
birth or the place of your birth. And the certificate of live birth is the one that's generally issued by the state of your birth. So,
Right.
has John authenticated his birth certificate, which is from the hospital? I don't
No.
know. Okay.
No. I authenticated my certificate of live birth, and let me just say that the apostille is also a form of authentication,
Okay.
but
Uh,
it's not the same type of authentication. It's an authentication for you to travel to a specific land,
uh-huh.
and then you can also put forth for the Department of State authentication, and it still annexes the same way.
Right. So you've
So
got yours authenticated through your birth state as well as the U.S. Department of State.
yeah, I got it apostilled for Egypt, because we're in Egypt,
Hmm.
right? The Mississippi is the Nile. The Egypt over there is the corporate Egypt. This is the real Egypt. And you're going to start finding that out more and more as they start pulling more pyramids out from underground, start finding more sphinxes in the Grand Canyon, stuff like that, because it's
Oh, yeah.
been coming out consistently for the last 20 years.
Oh,
So,
no, it's longer than that.
Well, that's why I said consistently.
Oh, yeah. Well, they've been
Because it
suppressing the Grand Canyon.
yeah, it was being suppressed for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah.
Most of that stuff's at the Smithsonian. And any
Yep.
of you who've actually done your homework and your research, you'll know that the Smithsonian is named after a benefactor from England called Smithson, I forget his first name, who has never stepped foot in the United States of America and completely donated the money to the United States to create the Smithsonian Institution.
Yep.
And he was a Mason in the
Yep.
Illuminati. Really? Okay.
And the Smithsonian holds all the giant bones.
Yep. And the sarcophaguses. Yep.
Yep.
Let's see. Common law gives you that right. I am confused. Well, you have to understand that there's a difference between common law and statutes and codes.
Mhm.
And you go in and play in these people, and I'm talking about the government, these for-profit corporations, three-ring circus, because that's exactly what's happened. You have the plaintiff, the defendant, and the court. There's your three rings, and all y'all do is put on the jester hat and do your best act.
Yep.
If you have a jury, it's whoever the jury believes. Who has the best act? Who can present the best clowns up there on the stand?
Right.
And that's exactly
This is why you'll never see me do a jury trial.
Mm-hmm.
Because A, you can't find a jury of my peers in the same state. Can't do it.
Yeah.
And,
Okay.
And B, I want all the liability on the judge. And
Right.
as a matter of fact, in this last case, it was in front of a judge, and I didn't. It was a bench trial and not a jury trial. And on my way out, the judge made sure to mention to me. He says, "You made a wise choice coming to the bench today and not going in front of a jury." I said, "I know." Because
Okay.
you hold all the liability.
Right. Okay. So he did authenticate his certificate of live birth, which we in this process call a double authenticated certificate of live birth. So when you hear that terminology, that's what we're talking about. All right, next question. Don't go to sleep. True. Attorneys live by fraud. Absolutely. Has anyone suffered any injuries with these processes? Is there any warnings or disclosures? All right, again, I'm going to ask you, please be specific about which process you're trying to present here, because there's so many different processes. Are you trying to get the white card, black card? Are you trying to access your individual master file? Are you trying to get on the do not detain, do not interrogate, lifetime concealed carry license? You know, bro, I can go on and on and on. That's why I'm trying to get you to be very specific with your questions. We will answer every question to the best of our ability. If we don't know the answer, we will tell you we don't know, but guess what? We will more than likely go find the answer and provide it to you in a future broadcast. Or if you email us or leave a comment below with your contact information, or direct mail us, you can go on my Telegram group as well, or you can go on Turtle Island Solutions on Facebook, answer a few simple, general questions and become a member. We'll answer your questions. We're not trying to do anything nefarious at all. We want to teach you as much as we are able to without presenting information that will get a knock on our door that we're not looking for, which would be somebody from an alphabet agency knocking on our door telling us, oh, no, you can't do that. You can't say that in public. We don't mind if you know and you do it, but don't share it with others. And there is information out there like that, I have a ton of information that I cannot tell you guys. Believe that. there are other people, that they can't tell you. They will get a knock on the door.
Yeah.
Uh,
Non-disclosure agreements are real. That's all I'm
yeah,
going to say about that.
yeah, uh-huh, yep,
And although they're made to be broken, you better be careful of which ones you're breaking.
right.
Now, I will try to answer your question as best as I can for what you said, and that is, are there any warnings? The biggest warning is just know that the nature of what you're dealing with, right? A scorpion has the nature to sting you. It's not that it has any hate or malice towards you. It's written in its DNA, right? Same thing with statutes and codes and the policy enforcers. It's written within the DNA of their code to violate you. It is actually a matter of operation for them to violate you with every single thing they do. The difference is, are you going to recognize those violations? Are you going to do something about those violations? But a violator is going to violate, and you have to be prepared for it, and you have to plan for it. You have to go into this lifestyle knowing, not guessing, not maybe, you 100% will get arrested at least once doing this. And if you're not willing to take that risk and you're not willing to put yourself in there, do not even start. Don't do it. I cannot be any more serious. I cannot be any more emphatic. If you are not willing to sit in a shitty hotel and eat shitty meals around a bunch of psychos, do not do any of this. Because no matter how correct you are, you will make a mistake somewhere. And they will do their best and damnedest to capitalize on it. So be prepared. Know thy enemy. Do your research. Go into the battlefield prepared to know what they're going to say against you ahead of time.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you win. But violators are going to violate, and that's the warning. Do not do this if you're not going to be willing to take that risk. And it has to be not just for yourself. You have to be willing to put that risk in for others too. Like I did with a friend of mine. I had no hesitation walking down there and attempting to stop a false arrest on that girl. No hesitation at all whatsoever. And I knew damn well they were going to throw me in jail before I even went down there. In fact, one of my roommates accompanied me and started walking with me, and I told him, you need to take your ass back to the house. Well, you don't want me to come with you? I said, no, you're going to jail if you come with me. I said, we need you at the house. So I sent him home.
Right. This isn't your cup of tea, honey. Stay home. Let's see. I am not attorneying John Kennedy French, so I dispute that insinuation. Is that honorable conduct, misleading and representing? I don't know what context you're talking about.
What are you talking about?
I'm reading questions.
No, I mean that guy who's saying that. Not
It's
attorney.
it's mainly one guy asking all these questions. That guy, it's me. I don't know who he is. He's just a viewer. So I'm trying to be 100% transparent and truthful.
Let me ask you a question. That guy, it's me. Have you litigated in court? Have you put your body on the line for someone else's well-being to keep them out of jail?
Let's see. Are the warrants that issued shortly after the Masonic initiation he made still active? He's really pushing on whether or not those warrants are active or not. And, let me express to you, and he can answer it afterwards. Okay. It doesn't matter whether the warrants are issued or not. Okay. They're fraudulent warrants. They're checks. They are debt instruments issued for your endorsement because the most valuable piece of property you own, that guy, it's me, is what? Do you know the answer? I'm listening. It's your signature or autograph because that's what creates the currency that we call money. Because all money currently circulating in the world is fiat currency, except Russia, which now has a gold-backed currency.
Yep.
Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Can one benefit by his own misdeed? I don't know.
What misdeed?
Yeah, that's not very specific. It's a generalization question. However, if you want to support your family and have $1 million life insurance policy and you commit suicide so they can be secure for the rest of their lives, well, that would be a benefit by your own misdeed. So I don't know. There's a hypothetical answer to your question. Pure speculation and conjecture, and I don't know what he's addressing. Let's see. No questions get answered. Okay, well, I think we've answered pretty much every question you've asked, brother. And if you haven't been specific, it hasn't been answered. And I've asked you repeatedly to be specific. I've been very thorough about that.
I want to know how anything
this,
that I've said today has been conjecture when I can show documented evidence of everything that I've talked about.
It's not. I'm not going to label people. Try not to anyway. As a man that's new to this, where or what steps should one take to start the process of coming out of her Babylon? First, you can go to Turtle Island Solutions on Facebook, become a member. That's a first step. You can join my Telegram group. I have a chat room. You can get on there and ask anybody any question. People will be more than happy to start you out on the process. I don't know what your objective is because you're not real specific on where you want to be or what you're trying to do. There are people out there I call the nitty gritty dirt plan as a takeoff on the nitty gritty dirt band. Because they come into this being needy or greedy, they're dirty, and they want the shortcut, the least to get a great abundance of whatever they're trying to get. So I don't know where you want to go with this or what you're trying to do. Either join the Facebook group of pilots or join my Telegram group. It's the Fearless Floyd Show on Telegram, and we'll be more than happy. Somebody would be more than happy to get you started, if not me, John, Jesse, or somebody else. Carrying the Masonic books. Hey, bro, look, if you carry the Holy Bible, what version are you carrying? You're carrying the New International Version. You're carrying the Gideon's Bible. You're carrying the King James Version. Or are you carrying the Talmud? You're carrying the Quran. Religion in itself is a front. It's a facade. It was created to divide the tribes of the earth. And that's exactly what it's done. And then you have, Catholicism, which is a whole nother video. So we're not even going to go there. It doesn't matter what you carry into court. It's what they perceive when you go into court. Okay? If you ever want to read a good book, read The Art of War by Sun Tzu.
Yes.
Then you'll completely understand why you do this stuff, why you front, why you look over here.
Mr.
Really, they're supposed to be looking right here. Okay, there's a reason this stuff is up. Okay, let's see. Hey, golly, man, we're way behind. Let's see. What does he think litigated means? That could be a play off ligature. Hang yourself. How can I talk with him? You want to talk to John? John, he wants to talk to you.
Who is that? This guy? It's me.
Yeah, actually, you can go and get on my Telegram, and then you can get into the 24/7 chat, and we can talk there. Absolutely. Actually, I believe. Let me see. Oh yeah, yeah, I'm on it right now. Matter of fact, I'm the only one on it because probably people are watching the live. But yeah, we're on it right now. Keith Little. I recognize
Keith
that
got in.
name.
Yeah, I just sent him the link. Keith, what's
Yeah,
going
some
on, brother? Miss you,
recognizable
man.
names.
Yeah, me and Keith
The
both used to
question
know
that
Devon.
Floyd answer it as written, please. Listen, I can only chat and you read it an hour later. Bro, I'm going as fast as I can. I already told you I'm trying to get John to make his answers a little bit more concise and shorter. Yep, and I quit getting my signature 6 years ago. It's the key. Absolutely. What's with the Agent 47 angle? I don't even know what that means.
Oh, that was just me. I happened to have a red tie and I looked like Agent 47 when I was looking at myself in the mirror. So I was like, oh fuck it, I'm just gonna go Agent 47 on these guys. It's
Okay.
I'm a fan of the video game. That's all that was. But
Oh,
the
okay.
funny thing about that was when I got locked up that day.
Mhm.
When I got locked up that day and they're taking my picture, one of the guards came up and he brought me out and he sat me in front of the camera and he's like, hey, we got Agent 47 over here. Take a picture before he gets away. So I thought that
See,
was
so
kind of funny.
right, so one can subscribe to leave Babylon. I don't know what you mean by subscribe. Let's see. Tell him El Perro wants to join Keith Little. Yeah, come on, Keith. You want to join Turtle Island Solutions? Is that what you're talking about? Pirates and vultures, don't it sound like? Yeah, we know they're pirates. JKF is lost in the sauce. No, it sounds like people are not communicating properly to me, mostly babble by misinterpretation. Okay, I don't really get it, but want to be 10 percenters? Don't even know
We
what
could
that
sit here and
means.
talk all day and everything that he's saying and everything that I'm saying and everything that you're saying, the English language is babble. So that's just baseless.
Yeah,
The entire
actually,
English language is babble.
yeah, go find somebody who's Vietnamese, especially the ones that came over here in the mid 70s and they had to learn English, and they'll tell you English is the most difficult language in the world to learn. And when I was actually having a discussion with a Vietnamese nurse the other day, who was born here, but her parents came over in the mid 70s, and we were talking about language. And when you go into an Asian restaurant and you read the menu and it sounds funky, like they mistranslated it, it's because in Asia, in all their languages, they don't have a plural like fishes. It's many fish, not fishes. Well, that's why the disconnect when you read an Asian menu. Okay, so yeah, it's English. And where does English come from? Who's the conqueror? British East India Company.
Yep. And
Okay.
the Virginia Company.
Mm-hmm. How can I speak with you guys directly live? I told you on the program chat. I'm trying to get through this as fast as I can, bro. He's not lost in sauce. He just needs to quit the paperwork. He is no respecter of persons, and such if one knows where the respect belongs, they do not present persons. I don't know.
Who is that?
Uh, that was El Perro.
Okay.
And he wants to join.
The respecter of
He's in the
persons
waiting
thing.
room.
He wants to join what in here?
Yeah. And I don't know who he is. I don't know if he's vetted. Hang on. Let me get
The
through
name
this.
sounds familiar, but
Yeah, it's El Hotep Sehekimiwi Perro.
Is it Hemotep? El
Yeah,
Hemotep?
tell him El Perro wants to join Keith Little. And I'm wondering if this is the same Keith Little that was
That's
in the like 24/7 4-week Derek Gonzalez Zoom.
yeah.
The same guy?
Skinny guy with the long hair and
Yeah, and the beard.
goatee. Yeah, that's
Uh
him.
huh. Okay. Yeah, I know who he is. Were you in that Zoom?
I went in there a couple of times, but I like
Okay.
Derek. I love Derek to death. He's a good man, but
Uh
there's
huh.
no organization when it comes to the stuff that he was doing there, and I couldn't stay organized and keep a coherent conversation going in there. So
Right.
yeah, Keith has gone about it slightly different than me. So
Yes. I know that.
I will say I 100% respect Keith and how he's
Mm-hmm.
I don't have the off the top knowledge that he has. I'm getting there. But he's got quite a few years on me. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
Keith, if you're listening, if you're watching, brother, I love you, man. I know that you're doing stuff without paperwork. And I know that we see differently as far as the respecting of persons. I'm never going to respect a artificial entity. I'm never going to respect a dead entity aside from a body that was put in the ground. Right? These corporations don't deserve respect from me until they start respecting those that they're supposed to be serving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they work for
So
us.
until that day comes,
Mm-hmm.
I am not going to show them respect. And that's not, that's just my choice. You know what I mean? I know that there's maxims behind that, behind what you're saying, but
Okay. Yep. Hang on. Let's see. Hey, if you have a silver surety bond, can you use it for credit at the bank? Is it back real silver?
that's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
You should be able to. I only say that because remember, the court is a bank. And if the court can accept a silver surety bond, why can't a bank? All you have to do is make sure that you actually have the silver.
Right.
And then try it. Just try it. It can't hurt to go in and ask and try it, or just mail it in registered mail with a letter saying, I'd like to deposit this and create a line of credit.
Okay. Priority legalese is their terminology, language. Little, yeah. Hang on, Keith. I'm trying to get through these chats. That's me. Okay. I just want to speak directly so we can speak plainly and truthfully. Yeah, you can go on the Telegram, bro. We can hear you. And correct. No ledgers. We're calling ledge. Yes. You word wizard for a reason.
What?
I'm getting through the chat. The word wizard. W YRD. Wizard.
Who's the word wizard?
Yeah, Keith. True
Yeah,
that.
he is.
Let's see. I just thought about it. Let's see. So, surety bonds are done via escrow, letter of credit deposit with the bank to establish the credit. A suggestion that you should go read Proverbs. Um, self, their 100. It's full of fools making folly. Call myself until I longer live there. Let's see. This is not live. It is actually live. Um, it just has a delay, and that's not my cause. That's just through the Zoom and through the YouTube streaming. All right. Hey Keith, are you in?
I am in.
All right, brother. Well, welcome to the show.
What's up, brother? How you been?
I've been great. How about yourself?
Oh man, getting better day by day.
Yeah. It's all we can hope for.
Facts.
Right? Living the life.
People aren't familiar with my name here. Floyd, I'd like to introduce myself. I left a comment. You were familiar with my name in the comment on one of your videos earlier about Chris Hauser, and as well as Derek's 24/7 Zoom. Thanks for the recognition there. We have met, and I just want you to know I appreciate everything you're doing. I just want people to know that when I put comments in the chat sections, it's because I know. And that's why, when I left that comment in the Chris Hauser videos, and you had 7 of them, and I left the comment in the first video, because I'm one of those guys, I stop the bullshit preemptively. I'm not into finding a resolution after the problem anymore. I've been in and out of these courts 93 cases. And if you're familiar with 93 cases, that means you're in and out of the courts at least 3 or 4 or 5 times per case. That means I was in and out of those courts every 2, 3, 4 weeks. For 33 years. I learned the key, and guess what? In 6 years, not one pen scratch anywhere. Why? Because I am the authority. I'm the one that holds the key, no one else. If you want to know what is true, you look inwards, and that is inwards as well as in words. A yield. Anyway, just appreciation. You're doing a great job.
Thank you, Keith. I really appreciate that because,
Thank you
brother, I
very
know
much.
you've been around the block so many times. You got streets named after you.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I want to say this, and I want to make this, perfectly clear. In my journey, there was a gentleman that I learned from, who Keith also learned some from, and I'm grateful for that because meeting that man really helped me kind of take all of the information that I had just compiled and gave me some direction with it. And I got a lot of that direction too, also, Keith, thanks to you. Your symbol back, your crest back there that you created, when I remember when you first started drafting that up, that was when I started really thinking about trying to go and get set up as my own individual nation. Because just how you did that seemed almost like it was the exact same process to start a nation. You did it on a smaller scale, and I love that. So I want to say thank you because recently that actually just manifested for me. So I do feel that some of that came from you. So I want to thank you for that.
Awesome, because that's where it comes from, guys. Like I said, if you really want to express yourself, you have to look inwards, because that's the only way you're going to find the true expression. Everybody believing that they've been called Keith Little all their life and that's their name. Granted, yeah, mom and dad gave you that name, and technically it's your name. But even in the scriptures, it tells us again, he's a respecter of no person. So you're supposed to present yourself in an image and a likeness. And this is concurring with actions speak louder than words. Our good works are what's supposed to be profitable unto men. And it tells us that our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. It doesn't say that we have to write it. It says that his will is be done. And therefore I yield to his will, and I have no will. All I'm doing is his will.
Facts.
Takes me out of their court, period.
Yep. And that leads into something else that I'd like to touch on with all of these processes, especially when it comes to like discharging mortgages and court cases and stuff like that. I've gotten all of my mortgage success discharging mortgages out of letters and writing my own negotiable instrument and affidavits. And I've done it for other people. My estate came in on behalf of somebody else.
Yeah, Matthew 18
And I
verses
recently
15
just
through
got
20.
acquiescence. What's that?
Matthew 18 verses 15 through 20. You go to them in private. You don't address them in their public courts, even if they summon you.
Yep.
That's in a public venue. That's the wrong process. You already know that if it's a private action, which is obvious because it's a commercial instrument, therefore it's a contract containing equal consideration and equal benefit, which maintains, doesn't contain or remain, or it maintains privity. If it goes outside of privity, you violated contract. If you violated contract that's within trust and it's a public trust, you violated international law by that contract.
Yep.
I hope you know what you're doing when you learn how to contract.
And this is why you always have to object when you do go in, right? Because you got to understand, a lot of us have to go in under threat, duress, and coercion, right? You can't just not show up to these things. You have to go.
Personal jurisdiction is dependent, and the court can only obtain. There's part of that maintain and retain and all. Obtain. The court can only obtain personal jurisdiction by the voluntary appearance of the defendant.
Right.
It has to be
just
voluntary.
By putting
That's
it on the
their
record
words.
that it's not right. So just by putting it on the record that it's not voluntary.
And the only way they can present subject matter in their territorial jurisdiction is to have a person that qualifies and is completely and properly identified to certainty in that document. And if it's not voluntary, it can't be certain.
Yep. And that's why you always, every instrument that you deal with when it comes to an arrest or anything like that, you either refuse to sign or you sign TDC.
I've got 11 cases on the record. And like I said, you can look me up and they still pose that record. And I have no fear about it because like I said, it's been 6 years since I've been in them courts. And Deuteronomy 15, I suggest everybody read Deuteronomy chapter 15. It will tell you the process. And the first verse tells you it's a 7-year release. After 7 years, there is a release. And that release is not a commercial release. It is the Lord's release. And so when you look at that 7-year term, they've got 93 cases on there. And if they don't release them in 7 years, guess what? I've got consistent contact with the U.S. Treasury for 6 years, confirming 6 years in a row that there is no public or private debt listed against that name and number. Yet this local courthouse is posing that name and number as a debt. Yep. Why?
Bank
because
fraud.
What they did, folks, is they took your address. You're using an address and a name. And the name and number identify a record. And what they did was they got you convinced that you could use a social security number with that name. And you use that name and number to get a driver's license or a state ID that then placed an address on there separate from the Social Security Administration. That's where all your bills are supposed to go. You're supposed to take that certificate from the birth hospital and the county registrar and readdress it to the Social Security Administration to match up the beneficiary title with the beneficiary record. They are the ones that are holder of the record, importer of the record, and therefore liable. That liability remains in the record. And under UCC 3-402, it tells us the authorized representative giving an unambiguous signature on the instrument, and this is plain writing, is therefore not liable for the person named in the instrument. Tells us there's 2 different jurisdictions there, on and in. This is plain language. This is why they call me the word wizard. in their own writing, you cannot be liable for the signature. You have to qualify the signature. The only way you can qualify the signature on a form is by then writing an affidavit in a letter of credit form, placing it in escrow account, so you can then issue irrevocable letters of credit based on that asset that is now the collateral. Otherwise, there is no collateral. You have nothing but fictitious forms, military forms at that, floating around called fiat currency, known as commercial paper. Every court document, like you said earlier, that warrant, that's a check. That bill you get in the mail, that's a check. Everything you write in a form, particularly if it's got an OMB number on it, is a check. Learn what you're doing. And if you don't qualify that check with an affidavit, it gets deposited, depositioned. They will take it. Quit depositioning yourself. Put one thing in the correct position and issue everything from that. And it's a private foundation, particularly if it's held in escrow. Mine personally is my own website on the international web, and it is held in escrow, the postal routes and roads and routes. The Postal Service regulates that cybersecurity. International Postal Union regulates the cybersecurity, and they have a site, private, non-commercial, .art extension, with me as an associate, with an FCC, Federal Communications number, user number on every device I use to communicate through that hybrid private route. It can't go through any public routing anymore. It's hybrid private routing. Anybody in a public venue that wants to reach out and try to pirate those data elements, you just imported a record you're not supposed to have. That's espionage. Have a good day.
Mic drop.
I yield.
Right. Yeah, Keith is really like into the minutia of this,
Well,
and a lot of
Keith's gotten to the
people,
heart of it. That's why.
Yeah, and it's just
he's
so
been able to get to the
for
heart of it.
everybody. Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, in the that motion to criminal bonds that I created, that Jess from me the other day, remember? Last time y'all were here?
Yep.
That code that I use, your first three initials of your last, and the last four of your social. I got that from. Absolutely.
Yeah, I just got a couple confirmation guys. Start looking at your letters from IRS. If you look at your letter from the IRS, look at the bottom and see if they don't use your social security number without dashes and then your last name, just the first four letters of your last name. That is a firm name and an obligor number. And that is the conversion. They took that name and address of a holder of a beneficiary record and converted it because they used the name and address and applied as though they were a trustee and used it as an investment.
Yep. I actually just got a frivolous filing letter the other day for when I did my 709 and 706 process with the 966 back in 2018. And it's the second frivolous filing letter that they've sent me. The first one they sent out in 2018, right after I filed it. And I responded with, I don't know what you're talking about. I want my recoupment. 601 and 602 of the Code of Federal Regulations under Title 26 states that the income tax system is based on voluntary compliance, and I'm not volunteering. So give me my money back. Well, they sent me another presentment for $5,000. I'm turning that one into a check too, putting the definition of bond, putting the definition of coupon, dissecting the coupon as the coupon, and showing all 7 different positions. And it does, even on that letter right at the bottom, it has the EIN for the trust, not my social, because I did it for the trust.
They converted it, so they give you an EIN, but it's the EIN with the dash after the second 2 numbers, right?
There's no dashes.
Okay, there you go. There you go. They even converted the EIN, because an EIN specific to the code is styled with 10 characters, one of them being a hyphen. Same with the social security number. It is 11 characters, 2 of them being hyphens with specific placement. This is called an order. The order of the characters. And when they change that order, that's an unlawful conversion. Period. They changed the status to a different record.
Hang on, I want to double check that to make sure.
Yeah, always double check. That's why I say thanks, Floyd, because when we get into doing our fact checking, we need to go beyond the fact checking. This is I explained with the you can feed a man for a day if you give him a fish. But what you do if you teach him properly is you teach him not only how to fish and feed himself for a lifetime, but you teach him how to feed himself for a lifetime and continue to teach others. Because if that education stops with him, then you have failed in your duty to teach him properly to continue the education, which is the true benefit. Not the fish, not learning how to fish, but teaching others how to do so themselves. That's the true prosperity and abundance, because we do need each other. We cannot do this alone. And when we let the education stop, that's a violation of the trust through Isaiah 4 or Hosea 4, verse 6.
Yep. So here I got a picture of the letter. You'll see on the far left, that's the EIN. And then the SP, I don't even know what that is. And then John.
Yeah, and that's an unlawful conversion, folks, because they're using the same numerical equation without the exact characters, implying that it's the same, when in fact, on its face, it has been changed. That is fraud. Whether there's intent or not, somebody is either incompetent, negligent, or not only just negligent and incompetent, but knowingly negligent and therefore done with criminal intent. They have no way to avoid it any longer. It on its face is prima facie evidence of internal change, not allowed by law, period. There was no notice, no consent to communicate a debt in a different record.
Oh, I know. Sometimes the truth just hurts. You know what I mean? Because it's just so raw.
Unfortunately, guys, I really do have to take off. My phone's about to die.
Oh, you want me to plug it in?
Oh yeah, I guess I could do that.
You got a USB?
Yeah, I got it right here.
Okay. You're on your phone,
Me
man.
to
I
come
know
in and
that's.
take over, guys. I'm yielding. You guys have fun and just ask me anything you want. I'm here to answer any question anybody's got. Because if I ain't got it, like I said, I'll help you find it.
Right.
That's what we're all about.
Kimberly asked, what was the code? What code are you talking about, Kimberly? And anybody watching, if y'all have any questions, put it over here in the chat. We'll be more than happy to answer your questions about anything that you feel, is your motivation in this process, or you don't even understand what your potential motivation might be or your goal. Everybody has different motivations. Some people want it all. Some people just want to access their trust. Some people want the Treasury Direct cards. Some people want to be on the do not detain list. Some people just want to be left alone, private. There's another thing, and Keith's been in this long enough to know that there's a place you can get doing some of this process, and I can't tell you exactly what it is, that you become a ghost. When Google Earth passes your house is blurred out, just like government installations. Absolutely.
Yes, you need to. What's happening, folks, is everything's been listed as public lands. But the problem is that the public lands, for the most part, do not have a military survey, which is required for military protection. Once that military survey is done, military protection takes in. And like I said, that cybersecurity kicks in, even with Google.
You got me thinking of some things for Turtle Island Republic.
Oh yeah. Well,
I can show you the codes that tell you all about transferring the titles. 1, 2, 3. Transfer of expenses incidental to transfer of title to agency. The agency would be the Social Security Administration at the state level, where you use that Social Security number to administrate all the state agent performance things. Hospital registration, school education, whether it be public education at the lower grade levels or college or anything, all your loans, all your employment, all of it. You hand all of that stuff back to the Social Security Administration. It's expenses incidental to transfer title back to the Social Security Administration. This is what tells me that what you should in fact do is take that Social Security card, sign it, send it back to them, and let them know that every record you ever get is going to be passed on to them as the address for all liabilities. Now, you can either do that, or you can continue on up the line, and expenses incidental to transfer of title to the United States. This is where you take all those agency records that you handed back over to Social Security, and you transfer all the securities back to the United States. Now, once you get them to the United States, you do that under a directive to settle all accounts for clearing purposes, so that no person shall be held liable in any court under 50 USC 4305, Trading with the Enemies Act. You are not competent to be passing on public data elements that you're not qualified to be dealing with. You don't know about national security, and therefore you might possibly accidentally give that Social Security number out to the wrong person. You need to be qualified as a beneficiary with no liabilities. So you need to clear all records. Once that's done, you're dealing with the United States, who is insolvent.
Yep.
Okay. So this is in fact a merger of the old name with a new name, a private foundation now established, the Keith Orland Little Faith-Based Union, and that title with expenses incidental to transfer of title to the Postal Service, the international contractor, where I have a hybrid address already established. Anything left in that account as a remainder goes back to the beneficiary, now merged with the old name and established newly as a foundation, private foundation with a fresh start in development stages, just like any other country. And you folks know that countries in development stages many times take decades. I don't know if I got decades. So until then, I'm in an establishment phase. I'm not organized. I do not have a board of directors. I am legally disabled from hiring an attorney to enter into courts. You cannot, even as a defendant, go hire an attorney, folks. You do not have a board of directors, and the law states specifically, in order for you to hire an attorney, it has to be done through a board of directors. Board of directors are by investment companies. They have to be able to make a proper investment. It's all about investments when you're already under the full armor of God. David, when he fought Goliath, had all kinds of people trying to throw him all kinds of armor and heavy weapons and stuff. Here, you'll defeat him with this. You'll cover yourself with this. No, he couldn't do it. 105-pound little Davy, 15 years old, could hardly sling the slingshot. But what he did when he slung that slingshot is he was effective. And that's what we're looking for, is effects, not insurance to prevent liabilities. Stand up and take responsibility as a liable partner with your neighbor who you're supposed to love in the same manner as yourself. That's why I praise John standing up and telling his roomie to go back. I'll take care of this. Otherwise, we both end up in jail. Yeah, somebody's got to step up. And I'm glad to do it all the time. Sorry thing is that these fools won't take me up on my offer anymore. Been 6 years.
They don't want to give you the paycheck, man.
They don't want me to own their home and their wife.
That part too.
And their wife.
Yeah.
Like I said, John was speaking
Property.
truth. Yeah. See, a man's woman is his wife, and that is his property. And he uses her as his basket. Tet, where we get teat. Hebrew, T-E-T. The cross, which stands for the truth. You see the cross? Take heed. That's not a cross. That's an alpha. That's an omega. And then look up phi. It is a circle with a dash. And that thing standing up in the middle, that's my post. And it intersects with the phi, the omega, and the alpha in reality. I stand my post at all times. He commanded and it was done. He spake and it stood fast. He spake me into existence. And I stand now, just like I stood a second ago, just like I'll keep standing in a minute from now. And I don't need no paperwork. Have a good day.
I wish I had your knowledge, brother. I really do. Because if I knew what you and I know I got the ability. I can read my Bible, and I just don't have the retention. But
And that's where it comes, the retention. And that's why I say it's just like riding a bike. You got to do it over and over and over. You know how many times I've read scripture?
oh, I'm sure.
I read scripture a lot more before I got into this 6 years ago, starting reading law. Now I'm reading almost nothing but law. The scripture that I bring is scripture that I already remember.
Right.
I was heavily involved in scripture as a kid in foster home for 5 years, 17, 18, 19 different last names, along with my biological last name. And then I was adopted. And the people that brought me into that adoption took me into church. And even there, they all, every last one of those different religions all taught the same thing. And let me point something out to you with the Masonic temple and Masons, as they call it, a Masonic temple, and call themselves Masons. Each and every last one of those different religions that I was subjected to taught me the exact same thing. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Do unto your have others do unto yourself as you would do unto them. So it works both ways. You have to treat each other equally. And Masonic, or Masonic as they call it now, because they call themselves Masons. It is not Mason. It is Ma son. I am the son of Ma. I was born in this world. I am in this world. I will never leave this world. Physically. Spiritually, I exist beyond this world. Spiritually, I came before I came into existence. Jeremiah 1:5, before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee. This is the legacy. No ledge. To me, it means no ledger. Even that ledge stone on top of your grave, that's a ledge. And it's called a ledger. And then it's got a headstone. They physically cut off your head with a ledger. They capitalized on your head. Quit letting them do that. Connect the head back to that heart, because that's what you're supposed to be communicating with. You're not supposed to be communicating with their persons. And with that, I yield.
Y'all are on mute. Okay. I hear them talking in the background, waiting for it to come through the speakers, but they're on mute. No, I can hear y'all talking, but nothing's coming through. I didn't know y'all are muted.
I'm not on mute.
Oh, okay.
Shouldn't be.
Oh, well, I didn't know if that was you or Jesse talking.
No.
Okay, so what else have you been up to, Keith? Because it's been, months since we did the whole Derek.
Well, to be honest, Derek's Zoom's been going on well over a year now. A year and 2 months almost now.
Yep.
It's still
And yeah. And I still pop in there once in a while and just see what's going on and try to get some information out there. I do that on every platform I got. And basically, I'm just trying to grow as much as possible. I'm getting frustrated with a lot of different things. So, and I'm not perfect. I'm not quelled in the heart yet. I still have a lot of rejection, anger, disappointment, a lot of things like that I've learned along the way since I started 6 years ago. If you go back and look at me 6 years ago, I was kind of calm about it. I was doing it a matter of fact research, but the more I researched, the angrier I got. And here not too long ago, I realized how angry I'd gotten. So I'm trying to work on that, and I still feel the anger issue. And so I'm finding the resolution is to further and further disconnect and provide nothing but my private platform. And that's the only way that people are really going to learn, is that the only way I associate is through the private realm. I can't stay on these social platforms and have people, like even on the YouTube, there's people, that guy, it's me. I hope you understand. These are just different communications that people have. And sometimes if your question is not answered, it's not because you asked the question properly or that somebody interpreted it properly. And that's part of the problem, is people need to learn how to communicate properly. And like John said earlier, the entire English language itself is Babel. So in order to understand the Babel and how to use it, you have to be able to go back to its origins. And when we go into those origins, and I've told this to many people, I want to talk to me about even what I mentioned, the Hebrew alphabet and its origins. You got to remember, there were cavemen putting paintings on walls before the Hebrews started writing. So the expression comes from our heart, not from our thoughts, in a literal sense, so other people can understand it that way. It actually comes from our hearts. That's it. And that's where I wish people would learn how to start communicating with again. I try to remain a 7-year-old child anymore. I hope that's what's going to help me relieve myself of all this anger. I'm trying to enjoy life better and get out and start being that more natural 7-year-old child that wants to play in the mud puddles even. I was born on the Mississippi, and I tell people, you can take me out of the Mississippi, but you can't take the mighty Mississippi out of me. I'm always want to go back to Ma. And that's what I mean. We're Ma sons. We're all Ma sons. Amen, brother. Amen.
And that's exactly right there, Keith. That's exactly why they killed Michael Jackson, because he was staying a kid. He
Neverland.
found the secret.
Yep, Neverland. Because it's never your land, folks. It's your playground if you learn how to use it right. See, Leviticus 25 verses 23 and 24. The land shall not be sold forever. You want to talk about your mortgage? The land shall not be sold forever, for it is mine, and ye are strangers and sojourners with me. And in all the lands of your possession, ye shall grant a redemption. So what power does the bank have if they can't grant a redemption and you can? The scripture will tear up everything they pose in their courts, I guarantee you. Again, I yield.
I love that verse too.
Right. Now, Keith, you'll testify to this, and most people don't realize this when they read the Bible. And doesn't really matter which version you read, but it's an instruction manual on a blueprint of a path to get you to freedom and out of Babylon. However, most people read it as a book of stories about the evolution of mankind, and that's not how you're supposed to read it. And I'm guilty
Basic
of that.
instructions before leaving Earth.
Yes. And that's what Jesus was talking about when he said, I speak in parables for a reason, because only certain people will comprehend it. Because again, that English language is so ambiguous. And that's part of the alpha, is centering yourself to one source instead of taking all these other sources. And what it tells me in the UCC, the Uniform Commercial Code, tells us that the law is uniform throughout all jurisdictions. So why start at the bottom? Why not go straight to the top and then let everything trickle down? You ever watch Price is Right? And you watch that pingle thing where they drop a disc at the top and it goes down to the bottom? Start at one point every time. That one point, let it trickle down. Sooner or later, the more you let it trickle down, just like riding a bike, the more you practice it, the better you're going to get at it. The more you let it trickle down, the more people are going to hear about it. The more people are going to become familiar with, oh, this isn't Keith Little. This is Keith Little or Keith Orland Little Faith-Based Union. We better pay attention. Right. That's what it's all about. You just got to let them know. You are not the you they think you are. See, I'm not a who. Who. I'm a what. See, the who's are nouns, persons, places, and things that are written down. The verb is what I am. Every breath I take is an act of God. And again, I've asked many people, "Are you a man?" And they sit there and blatantly tell me, "Yeah." And I ask them if they think they're a fool for admitting they're a man, and they say no. And I say, I think you are. Genesis 2 verse 7 says, "Wherein God created man of the dust of the ground, and he breathed the breath of life into his nostrils." God breathed the breath of life into his nostrils, and man became a living soul. So why is everybody professing to be a man rather than a living soul? To me, it's simple. Even in their own code, 7 USC 136, it defines animal. And in that animal definition, right after it says includes, it says man. And that paperwork, that birth registration, is a requirement for animal husbandry. They're considering you their wife. They are considering you their bitch. They are considering you the one that's supposed to bend over and just take it any way they give it to you. Till you learn that, you're going to be that animal. Again, I yield. Don't let me take over the show, guys. I just wanted to come on and confirm.
Hey, bro, as long as you're giving information like that basically confirms everything that we're saying, you're not going to hear any complaints from me. I know that for real. Like, just not.
Nor I.
Because what you got to understand, little, is my brother, you're coming at this. There's only two people that I know of in this game right now that come at this way, and that's you and Washington Melvin, Washington.
Oh yeah.
And you guys completely hammer it out on the scripture.
Yeah, well, Melvin's the shit, isn't he? I like
Dude,
Melvin.
I fucking
too.
love Melvin. He annoys me sometimes, but I love him. We got to hang out last year, and it was great. He got to come out to Phoenix and chill out with us for a little bit, and we had a good time.
And that's what we need to do more often, guys. We need to start learning how to become that sojourner and stranger with him, and start going across this country and meeting up and helping each other. Because one of these days we're going to learn how to walk into these courts with our what they call grand jury and what I call our disciples.
Oh, the 25 person Magna Carta grand jury.
Yeah. You just walk into court with your following, and that's what it is. It's a following. You're not a leader. You're all walking side by side, which is what Congress means. Walk with. Ingress, egress. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore.
Yep. That's why they got all nervous when I had a whole bunch of people show up to my trial.
Oh yeah.
Derek walked in with 75. 75 people walked in with Derek one time. Dismissed.
Oh, that would be a sight to see.
Yeah. And again, like I said, I love my brother Derek, but we got to realize, like I said, he's a respecter of no persons. And Derek, one of his latest follies, and I chewed his ass off. He walked into court and got himself in a situation where he was going for a jury trial. And so then he turned around and contracted 12 jury members. And instead of asking them about their residency and United States citizenship during the impaneling, he waited until the jury was selected and then asked. I would ask 3 questions, folks, that will destroy every court case before it even gets to any jury, proving that they can't bring a jury. Each jury member that comes before me, I'm going to ask them 3 questions. I'm going to ask them, are you a United States citizen? So that means you're a resident of the state that you reside in. So you're admitting that you're a federal, state, or municipal official or agent whose resident presence has been deemed necessary by the board, meaning you've been before the Secretary of Commerce and the Secretary of Treasury before. No, I never said that. You just admitted twice that you're a United States citizen and a resident, and a United States citizen residing in a foreign state known as a state of one of the 50 states of the Union, therefore qualifying twice that you admit that you are a federal, state, or municipal official or agent whose residence presence has been deemed necessary before the board. Now you're telling us no? Disqualified. You can't bring a jury. if you know those 3 questions. They cannot bring a jury. If you know the information that you have to be a United States citizen, and first and foremost, a United States citizen with dual citizenship to then reside outside of the United States in a foreign state known as a state, one of the 50 states of the Union, as a residing from the United States to another side, an ally of the United States. Now you're considered an outside salesman, and you're residing in a principal place of business using a name and address as a trustee of the United States. In contract with the Postal Service, without a contract or an oath.
Disqualified. Love it.
You can't bring a jury before me. No judge can qualify himself before me. You can't bring me into court because I'm not suable in those courts. I'm legally disabled. I do not have a board of directors in order to hire an attorney to make a representation in those courts. You'll have to do just like Amon Bundy. You'll have to pick me up and physically put me there.
Yep.
And they know this. They haven't gotten a signature from me for 6 years. Even in that last case, I refused to sign anything. When it came to getting released out of jail, despite the fact that I lost that particular case, I was looking at full max penalties, 2 years and everything. The judge gave me 60 days, told me I had to do a drug eval and give a DNA sample and pay all those fines and everything. I walked out of jail refusing to sign. The lady that tried to tell me I had to sign the release paperwork told me that she was not going to let me out unless I signed. So I pulled out the discharge order from the judge discharging me. Said, so you're going to violate the judge's discharge order. I was out of there quicker than I've been out of there in 33 years. Ain't looked back, and they ain't never looked to talk to me again. Not in that manner. Sure, they pulled me over for driving down the middle of the street on my bike. Wanted to investigate me for harboring fugitives on a manhunt. Oh, for 3 little girls and their mom and dad? Really? You guys look so tough. All 8 of you standing here with your weapons, charging me with driving while on a bike. Here's my bicycle driver's license. And like I said, folks, I am preemptive. I showed them literally a bicycle driver's license. Look it up. Here, let me get rid of my stuff here, and I'll show you. I've got it in my wallet. Aside from my bank card and gift card, and I do not have a bank account, I just have a card constructed in trust. So aside from that and gift cards that I get from people here or there, the only other thing I have in my wallet is my own bicycle driver license. But when they pulled me over for driving down the street on my bike, this is literally what I showed them.
Oh my God. I would have loved to have seen what that cop said.
Oh, then he turned around and said, well, what's your name? I'm sorry, I don't have a name. Really? Everybody's got a name. No, bodies do not have names. Persons have names. Real men in our bodies, spiritually, we have callings. My mom and dad called me Keith ever since I was born. Now, if mom and dad got mad at me, they might call me Keith Orland. Now, I hail from the family Little, and I hear I was born around August 20th, 1966. Now, that dumb idiot puts down in his babble English that I gave him a first, middle, and last name and a birth date. I can prove his incompetence and disqualify him before it even gets to the prosecutor.
All right, so when are we going to start holding class?
It's all about the words, folks. Dismiss every word as they speak them. He spake, he commanded, and it was done. He spake, and it stood fast. So you use his words. See, I'm not one of your persons. I know the difference between a person. Samuel Clemens, Mark Twain, and Tom Sawyer. Regardless of what
All
anybody
the same
thinks,
guy.
Samuel Clemens is a person. Take a look at Isaiah 54, or excuse me, Isaiah 40. Let me look it up. 43, I think, maybe. But now thus saith the Lord that created thee, O Jacob, and he that formed thee, O Israel, fear not, for I have redeemed thee. This is past tense. It's already done. He commanded and it was done. He spake and it stood fast. I have called thee by thy name. Thou art mine.
That was Father, what? Isaiah what?
43. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. That is your name. Thy name is your name. Does it make sense?
Yes, it does. That's
so if they're claiming you as their property and you fear not because I am his, are they claiming his property? I think that's a false claim. Federal Rules of 12, Civil Procedure 12B. Excuse me. All of them. 12. All of them. They can't obtain personal jurisdiction. It's a fallacy. It's a folly. It's a fiction. They even define it as a legal fiction, a presumption, until rebutted. Once it's rebutted, it's no longer a legal fiction. It's a matter of law. It's been expressed privately. Otherwise, it remains a legal fiction because it's still in the public record.
Shoot, I just lost audio.
Well, we got you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Go potty. Go. Can you guys hear me?
We
Yes.
can hear you.
Oh, hang on.
I'm trying to catch up on all my other platforms that I got rolling.
All right, there we go. I'm back.
Okay.
My headset disconnected for some weird reason.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry,
so,
guys. Give me just a second. I'm taking my dog out.
Yeah, I know.
Come on, Mika.
So let's talk about the individual master file, Keith. What kind of input do you have or output do you have on that?
The individual master file, it's the birth record change. And they actually have this. I just recently did a video on it. Let me pull it up. It's on my YouTube channel.
Oh, I didn't know. What's your channel? What's your YouTube channel?
It's El Perro on YouTube, but people have it's not very popular, so people have a hard time finding it. I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link in the chat section here on Zoom for you, though.
Absolutely, drop the link in here.
And then what it is the birth record change is a control name and a control number situation. And this is what we're talking about, that public control and private control. We have to establish that we have a private, a priority, superior priority, private control interest. And the interest is that because we are not knowledgeable enough to issue actual valid securities, and we don't want that to be a detriment to the United States, we have to qualify ourselves as being disqualified.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, we cannot partake in that system. And therefore, the control system has to be disqualified, because what's happening is because we're using a name and address, everybody else is using their ability to control the number and issuing a false debt. Because again, I'm not properly organized to be able to hire an attorney through a board of directors. And this is blatant prima facie evidence.
Right.
So it's just a matter, we're not making any accusations other than that many people have made several mutual mistakes along our way. You know, I have to admit myself that in those 93 cases that I had part to do with that. And that was because my own, not total ignorance, but not having the knowledge. Now that I have the knowledge, I guarantee it's not going to happen again. I've already given them a statement of separation, published it and everything, let them know that I understand that I'm incompetent to be able to qualify for those statements. Therefore, I can't actually use the number. Because what's happening is, instead of being able to use the number in lieu of a name and address, everybody's using a name and address and placing a liability on the record as part of a mutual mistake. Get rid of the mutual mistakes by allowing mutual forgiveness, which is called repentance. I'm sorry. I realize I've been making mistakes all my life. I can't do it anymore. And here's why. And it exists. It's uniform throughout all jurisdictions. It's the religious exemption that they call, that I'm not even subject to, because you have to be subject to it to then be exempt. You cannot levy a religious exemption on me, because that would be a religion. When I recognize it wasn't a matter of me leaving anything, I have to return prodigal son to that which is mine. Give unto Caesar which belongs to Caesar, and give unto the Father which belongs to the Father. Many people don't realize that what belongs to Caesar is nothing but fiction, so you can't really give anything back to him. You just keep what you have in your possession and walk away.
Right. Back to that whole fiction thing. So have you gotten a copy of your IMF, your individual master file?
No, I don't need to. That makes me a holder of the record. Who's liable for holding a record? The holder of the
Right.
record. Why? Because he imported the record. Well, where did he import it from? Somebody else is liable. Now you have a controversy. Who's liable? Because you're both holding records. Why? Relieve the controversy by making one record holder. Get that birth certificate of live birth from the hospital, and it's certificate of live birth that's issued by the hospital. And then the certificate itself is issued through the state treasury, through the Bureau of Vital Statistics. So you get the certificate of live birth and the registrar's record together, combine that with the Social Security card, send it all back to the Social Security Administration. They are now the one holder at the state level of all those things. Turn in your licenses, any commercial licenses, your DBAs, all of that. If you've done the Minnesota DBA, turn them all back into the Social Security Administration. They're all securities. Transfer the securities to the United States, settle and clear all accounts so nobody's held liable in any courts. And now you have a peace agreement. Now under that peace agreement, there's a merger with the old name. That bastard child that's been a belligerent all of his life, he's going to shut his mouth. There's going to be a new character in town, and he's going to do all the talking.
Okay, so
it's going to be on the credit side.
Right. Now you touched on kind of a good point. So you've basically established a blueprint how to get out of Babylon.
Correct. Well, they did. And like I said, all of their statutes come from the scripture. So again, it's in the scripture. All I did in the last 6 years in learning all this legal stuff is realize, because the scripture was so involved in my heart already, that, hey, this sounds a lot like this. And this sounds a lot like this. And this sounds a lot like this. And then all of a sudden I realized, wait a minute, that's because it's uniform throughout all jurisdiction, and it starts here, not here.
Right.
We've all been indoctrinated through the public education system that it all starts with the legal system. When that's the fallacy of Hosea 4 verse 6, our parents forgot to teach us the scripture first. And they did that by sending us off to public schools. Those public schools are just like the hospitals. They're military imposts. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 1, 3, 14, and 17. They are imposts. They are the places where everybody posts things to records. So if you're going to be posting things to records, guess what? You're a port authority under the customs laws. You're entering data elements under 19 CFR 149.3. You're liable as an importer of the records. You're taking records from somebody else and then exchanging those records with other data elements for their record. You're both liable and creating a controversy at the time you do that. That's why he's a respecter of no persons. You're creating a liability. Again, read Deuteronomy 15 verse or 15 in whole. It tells us we're the creditors unto the nations, concurring with Jeremiah 1 verse 5. Before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee. Before thou was cast from the womb, I sanctified thee, and I ordained thee a prophet unto the nations, not as a nation, but unto the nations. Tells us that they have no ordinances that can sanction the word of God. So you use the word of God and not the word of persons. You don't use their legalese. You use the scripture against their legalese, showing their legalese is concurring with this scripture. Just like Jesus said, does it not say in your law here? Does it not say in the scripture here? There you go. Flips the coin in the air and walks off with it. He doesn't give the coin back to Caesar. Coin was made of gold. God made that gold. All he can do is melt that coin down and let Caesar imagine he's got his image somewhere else now, because that coin doesn't hold Caesar's image anymore. That's how you give unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar. Melt the damn thing down. Where's Caesar's image then? Where's his image and likeness then? That's what it's all about, image and likeness. You want to write it down in some chicken scratch on a piece of paper? Then you talk about Tom Sawyer. Who's Mark Twain? Was it me as Samuel Clemens in a legal construct? Or was it the spirit behind the pen? See, if somebody else is holding that pen, is it your story or theirs?
Right.
Why write anything that's not in your heart? So again, I yield. And real quick, and you guys spoke of the book of Enoch. Why isn't it in the scripture?
Yeah.
I suggest everybody read the book of Enoch, chapter 69, verses 8 through 11, where it talks about the angel named Penemuel. And then read Isaiah 43 through 45, and read in there about how it talks about Peniel. And then think about the pineal gland.
Yep.
And then think about the pen that you're using to write, and realize that in book of Enoch, chapter 69, verses 8 through 11, it talks about the angel Penemuel, who came down and taught men how to write, which was not of the nature of man. We're not supposed to be writing. That's not our nature. Our nature is that of angels. We were created the same as angels. The difference was that as an angel being cast into earth, we were given the breath of life, so that every act would be that an act of God. So when you write something down, make sure it's an act of God. Coin your words or purse your lips. Period.
That was chapter 69.
Yes, chapter 69, verses 8 through 11. Of course, I urge everybody to read every book of Thomas too. Book of Thomas is specifically talking about what Jesus spoke.
Yep. Absolutely. There's multiple books that aren't in the Bible that were deliberately left out.
Oh yeah. There's like 16.
Yeah. And then that's just what we know about as the public, you know. How
Right.
many have been found and sequestered by the Vatican?
Right.
If any of you guys have seen, you know, the public images of their underground library, it's like crazy large.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking huge. It's a few miles.
Yeah. 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 I would imagine it looks, you know, something similar to the Library of Congress.
I was just going to say, I have already adopted what's called the Hatha Trust, which includes the libraries of multiple universities and colleges around the world, as well as the Library of Congress. I am currently working on adopting the library at the Vatican.
Bro, I want in on that process. I don't care what I got to do. I want my hands in that. Because I already done sent
It's a matter of adoption. Again, look up King James Version adoption, and it'll give you all the scriptures on adoption in the King James Version of the Bible. And it tells us what we're actually supposed to be adopting is the knowledge. We're supposed to adopt the knowledge so we can grant the knowledge.
Got it.
And that's all it is. That's all I'm doing, folks, is I'm adopting. Just like when I was a kid, I went through all these foster homes, and then I was adopted. And then guess what? The people that adopted me called me a lunatic and told me to change my last name. Guess what? I spent all my life trying to figure out how to put my family back together so I could reattach to that family name that I was born with. Then I was told I was a lunatic and needed to change the last name. I thought, wait a minute, you're the one that changed the last name to begin with. Then I remembered the scripture. Oh my God, now I get it. That surname. That's the nationality that they use by an address. A United States citizen that's residing in the state as a national, a patriot, a patriot, where the scripture tells us we're not supposed to be paying tribute to an earthly father, for there is one father which art in heaven. So again, that Isaiah 43, verse 1, go on into those scriptures in Isaiah 44, 45, and it's going to tell you that you're supposed to admit that you're supposed to call yourself Jacob and subscribe by your hand in the surname of Israel. There is supposed to be no other surname but the 12 tribes of Israel. And so in order to recognize that, you adopt the 12 tribes of Israel by subscribing in your hand, surname Israel. Ready for emergency first.
See, this is why I can only take Keith in small doses, because then
Well-
he fries my brain. And now I'm going to be up for the next 3 days researching my Bible verses. Ugh.
Yeah, disseminating all the overload of information he gave you and trying to
Just
remember.
trying to decode it and unpack it all. Because I got everything that he just said. It's
Yeah. Well, fortunately, hey, guess what? There's a YouTube video.
yeah, right.
Yes, I've got over 500 YouTube videos, and I'm still putting them out. I don't know if you're familiar, John. I think you are, but I even created my own symbols.
Oh yeah, I've seen.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's on my site. I wrote my patent in my own symbol, and just like the Cherokee, I turned around and rewrote it in English. I've gotten my hands on a couple native plant books from a tribe, and this is what they did. They wrote their patent in their own language and then rewrote it in English and then gave a key so that it came in their language first.
So that means I need to write mine in Gaelic.
Well, I wouldn't even recommend Gaelic. I would recommend creating your own. It is very simple. Look up pigpen puzzles. This is what the Masons use.
Pigpen puzzles?
Yeah. Thought you were into Masons, guy. Come on, this is one of the easy ones. Pigpen.
Hey,
Pigpen puzzles. That's Ben Franklin shit way back in 1776.
I'm not into Masons. I'm into making Masons sweat.
Well, you want to make the Masons sweat? Learn about their pigpen puzzles. Then you'll learn about who was the guy that.
Oh my God! Stop it! Hang on, time out. I got it. Okay, so I'm scrolling, looking at Pigpen cipher, right?
Yeah.
And it's popping up in all of these escape rooms. So now
and
they're
the
trying
key
to
to the house of David,
now
I
they're
will
trying
lay
to
upon his
release it to
shoulder.
initiate.
Yeah, and the key of the house of David I will lay upon his shoulder, and he shall open and no one shall shut, and he shall shut and no one shall open. Isaiah 22:22. See, why figure out their puzzle when you can create your own? Tell them, I'm sorry, I don't understand your stuff. I'm legally disabled. But if you care to communicate and I can teach you my language, we can sit down and talk about it. Might take a while. I'm still in establishment phases myself. Brings them right to the table of peace. I'm not here to destroy your law. I don't understand it, but I am here to perfect the law, which says, "Oh, no man anything, for to love one another is to prove the law."
Yep. It's 11:11, y'all.
It is.
Yeah. That's deserving.
Yeah, I was just thinking of like divine timing right there, man.
Actually,
Divine timing.
I should use my other one. You see that, John?
Hang on, I gotta get back on. Oh, what is that? Is that a skull?
Yeah.
Is that a bone? Oh shit! Oh shit! Little bubbler, huh? That's dope. I like that.
It's one of my favorites. Reminds me, I'm alive, it's dead.
I love it.
Oh, okay. I'm watching through YouTube, so I get a delay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm a little behind. I'm answering
Oh,
the chat when they come through.
and if you guys don't mind, I did drop my links, both to my
Absolutely,
site
man.
and my private email. That is a private hybrid email, guys. And no matter what the site says, when you get on the site, it says not secure. Understand, it's not secure because it's non-commercial. It's
Okay.
non-commercial. So that means it can't have any security instruments. It's open source, and everything on there I get from the public domain. They can't restrict it if it came from a public domain and I'm putting it in a private setting for public announcement. Can't do it. Goes to fair
Okay.
use.
Wow. I've
Goes
never
to
seen
fair
that
use.
before.
And you'll notice on my site, right on the top, the header of every page says hiring an attorney proves one incompetent. And nobody's rebutted that to this day. That site's been up for 2 years on the international World Wide Web. Not one attorney in this world has rebutted it.
Oh, they're not going to.
No, they can't. It's like John was saying earlier, go to the state license commissioner and ask them.
Yeah.
How do you go about getting a bar license? See, they tried to accuse me of practicing law several times in courts. Oh, really? Well, tell you what, Your Honor, I'll let you decide what state license commissioner you want to subpoena. Matter of fact, why don't you go ahead and subpoena the license commissioner from all 50 states, and we can ask them one question, and that is if they've ever seen or recorded into that logbook a license to practice law. Oops.
And it'll never happen.
Can't. No such thing. See, under Article 1, Section 8, Clauses 1, 3, 14, and 17, that's who license. And if they don't have a license under that, then they're not supposed to be operating in them courts.
Yep.
Them courts are for licensed commercial contractors only. Through the administrative process using Office of Management and Budget forms, known as military script. And those attorneys, they're walking into a military court as a private entity, issuing their own private licenses, just like the United States. United States issued licenses for United States citizens residing in other states, and they allow the licensure through the ceding of their jurisdiction from the states. See, it's the states that have sovereign immunity, not the United States. The United States can't have its sovereignty unless they can join the 50 states to prove that each of those 50 states maintains its own sovereignty.
Well, I've heard that Washington, D.C. is trying to push for statehood now, right?
Oh, yeah. Douglas County. They're trying to get, and it's never going to happen. They can't maintain statehood.
Right.
Because they're a corporate entity, an extension of the English East Indies. See, if you guys realize, East Indies used to be, it started out as a Dutch trading company in Manhattan.
Yes.
Manhattan.
The Dutchman.
And the English came in, and that was what Wall Street was. It was literally a wall, walling off the Dutch trading company, southern tip of Manhattan Island. And the English broke through, and then they ceded the state of Washington, D.C. as the East Indies Trading Company.
And now if you realize that is all the unlocking of the code behind the Lost Dutchman mine.
Yes. Who's lost?
Right. There is no Lost Dutchman mine. What he just described is the original Wall Street is the Lost Dutchman mine.
Who do you think runs this country? Washington, D.C. or New York? Wait a
New
minute.
York.
Didn't Giuliani say New York is the capital of the world? Who do you think runs
Yep.
this world?
New York. New
Do
York
you
is
suppose that's
corporate
because it's through
mecca.
the Security Exchange Commission? Did you know that the Postal Realty Trust Incorporated has an agreement with the Securities Exchange Commission? You know that's why the postal roads and routes that have access to every property, whether it be public or private, has a real estate investment trust. Now, why would the Postal Service have a real estate investment trust rather than the United States? Did you know Congress of the United States is actually regulated by the Postal Congress? Did you know that Congress of the United States is merely an administrative branch and never been judicial?
Yep.
The Postal Congress is the one that sets forth judicial regulations through the weights and measures of the scales that they put on inland marine installations in every nation of the world. That's what post offices are, inland marine installations. That's maritime law and an admiralty aspect brought inland for landlocked states, but been misused over the centuries because people don't understand it. United
So they're
States
inland
is
marine. You said inland marine
installations.
installations.
Look up warrant officer criteria. Put in your search engine warrant officer criteria. And you want to talk about if that warrant is valid. There you go. Has it been communicated not with Congress, but with the Postal Service? They're the ones that warrant all information.
Warrant officer criteria.
Should come up with one that says postal worker. If not, I'll grab it myself here. Mine comes up right away because I've looked it up so many times.
Right.
I'll drop the link in the chat section. I'll post it in YouTube channel chat too. Oops, it's not going to post in YouTube chat. Sorry, guys.
Warrant officer criteria, New Jersey Army Guard, recruiting Army Mill, dmna.newyork.gov.
Oh, get the link out of the chat section in Zoom, brother.
Okay, all right, hang on.
And I got it. I hope everybody can see it on YouTube too here. I'm gonna check here. Okay, nope. I guess they're not seeing. Wait a minute here. Let me try to get back to it. Let me know if you can see on YouTube this warrant criteria here.
Oh, it's making me download it. Okay.
From HQMC, which is Headquarters of Marine Corps. Postal Affairs. Notice it says Postal Affairs.
Yep.
Distribution list. Recommended warrant officer postal criteria. It says postal officers are special staff officers, joint chiefs of staff, folks, who manage postal operations and postal service support at Marine Corps installations worldwide. It doesn't say post offices. It says postal officers. So all postal officers, wherever they're at, are special staff officers who manage postal operations and postal service support at Marine Corps installations worldwide. So they're calling them postal offices, but they're actually known to be Marine Corps installations. They serve as installation official mail managers. Installations. Have you been installed? Have you been corralled and put in your stall like the animal you are?
So is this the one that you were talking about, the warrant officers?
Yes.
I don't see anything saying warrant officer.
Oh, it did at the top.
Recommended warrant officer criteria.
Oh,
That's
okay, I see it down. Yeah, all right, sorry.
That's what postal.
I'm looking on my
officers are.
phone, so
They're
it's kind of hard
warrant
to read.
officers. Yeah, they're warrant officers, guys. Every last one of them. But they're caught on cognitive dissonance and don't even know this themselves. Check this out. Prerequisite: must have a secret security clearance. Must have a secret security clearance.
I'm sending that. I'm putting that in my freaking case.
Now, hold on. This is for all postal carriers?
Yes.
Yes.
My cousin's a postal carrier in San Antonio.
Yeah. Ask him. Does he have a secret security clearance?
No, she doesn't have a clue.
Exactly. Why not? She's
Of course not. Dude, I
Is she a
go and talk
postal
to these
service
people all the
worker?
time.
Is she a postal officer?
She's a carrier, delivers mail.
Ask him if they classify her as a postal officer. If they classify her as a postal officer, she's supposed to have a secret security clearance. Where is it?
So where's the secret security clearance for you to issue that warrant on me?
Can you send me a copy of that?
I've got it downloaded already.
You've got it downloaded? Oh, okay. Man.
Now get this, guys.
Man.
Let's finish reading this first paragraph. And this is why I tell you
Okay.
communication
Go
is
on.
important. Postal officers must possess good communication skills, orally and in writing, to effectively resolve customer issues and represent the commanding general. Again, he commanded and it was done. He spake and it stood fast. So what are these guys commanding? If it was commanded and it was already done, then what are you commanding? See, that's my conflict. You can't command anything. So let's get back to the table and start talking properly as we learn how to communicate with each other orally and in writing. Because I think your skills need a little tweaking.
I just don't want to mix mics.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, I yield. Hope you guys enjoyed that.
Huh?
It's all public domain, folks. All public domain.
Yeah, it's crazy what they have out there, for us to find, but it's, like when I found the black and white proof that the individual master file actually exists. It's in their records. It was on page like 75,000 something in their documents, and who the fuck can read all that?
Yeah, well, I can show you where they talk about the secret lien, and it's from the IRS. So don't tell me there is no secret lien. The IRS themselves talks about.
I want to see that document.
Yeah, I'll pull it up and send it to you. There is secret lien, whether you want to say it or not. If you don't know the research, then I suggest you continue watching and learn, because I posted all on my site. It's all public domain, and I just repost it in my domain. That's all it is. Did you know, for instance, Floyd, I'll bet this will surprise you. Did you know you were born in a spell of illness, according to the record?
The spell of illness?
Yeah.
I've never even heard that term.
And that's in the Social Security Act, folks.
Yep, 42, that is actually.
42.
I remember that.
42 USC 1395 lowercase x. No space, no comma, nothing. 1395 lowercase x. 42 USC 1395 x.
95 S as in Sam?
X.
X as in X marks the spot.
X is X-ray. There you go. I just put it in the chat. Okay, not to get off topic, what do you think about creating your own micronation?
I don't even consider it micronation. It's also recognized in the IRS code, private foundation. If you just don't communicate with the IRS, you're presumed to be a private foundation. 26 CFR 1-508 point, or excuse me, 508.1. 26 USC 1.508-1.
Bro, stop showing off.
What?
Hey, at least he's not like Tyler and spits it out so fast that,
Oh God, bro.
you get lost in like 10 seconds.
It's true. I love the kid, but man, he talks fast.
And that's why I say I've got over 500 videos on YouTube, and I talk about all of this. It's all there. If you ever have any questions, just get a hold of me.
And you can go to his YouTube channel. I'm sure you can connect to him through there, as well as you have his email address above in the chat. And this YouTube is published, so you can go back and go through the chats and get it if you haven't written it down yet.
And I'll post it when the video posts. I'll jump back in and I'll post it in the comments there as well.
Yeah, there you go.
Now I'm going to go ahead and read this to you. This is from 26 CFR 1.508-1. Presumption that old and new organizations are private foundations. Remember, I talked about the insolvent United States, and you're going to merge the old with the new. Presumption that old and new organizations are private foundations. In general, except as provided in subparagraph 7 of this paragraph, any organization, again, there's that term organization. I'm not organized. I'm still establishing. I do not have a board of directors. I don't have a president. I don't have a secretary. I'm a one-man show at this point, including an organization in existence on October 9th, 1969, which is described in section 501c3. In other words, you now have to have communicated, okay, which is described in section 501c3, and which does not notify the commissioner within the time and in the manner prescribed in subparagraph 2 that it is not a private foundation, will be presumed to be a private foundation. So the presumption is that if you do not notify the commissioner within the time and manner prescribed in subparagraph 2 that you're not a private foundation, then they will presume you to be a private foundation. Plain writing. This is what I use against them. I use it against PayPal here recently, and I'm trying to get a Zoom platform, and they're trying to ask me for a tax exemption certification from the IRS. That means I have to communicate with the IRS. I'm sorry, I can't provide that. You have to ask the IRS if the presumption of a private foundation is already established. And here's my address proving so: the World Wide Web, wordwisewarriors.art. That's not a communication with the IRS. You're communicating with me, not the IRS. If you want to exemplify the IRS code, you have to exact this particular part that says I am already presumed as a private foundation. So go ahead and communicate with the IRS, but it has to be about this, not a tax exempt certification, because that would mean that the IRS already has records of the Keith Orland Little Faith-Based Union in a qualified communication notifying them. I've not done that. So all parties have to recognize the presumption of a private foundation, period. I'm not a national. I can never be a national. I was born a prophet. I was born a prophet unto the nations. I'm not an American. People want to talk about, well, I'm a Moor. Great. I'm glad you think you're a Moor, but you're not going back to your original roots then. Because again, even in your scriptures, it tells you, do you not agree? You're supposed to subscribe unto your Father which art in heaven, not the earthly father before you who created a Moorish nation. That stops the lineation of your actual heritage. That's why it says you're not supposed to pay tribute to an earthly father, for there is but one Father which art in heaven. If you pay tribute to the earthly father, you're paying tribute to a false trust. And like I've been saying, every last one of them written documents is a false trust. If you believe it's a trust, it is a false trust. I guarantee you, every word of God is pure, and it is a shield unto them who put their trust in him. You have to put your trust in God, not in some paper. And again, that God is in you. You have to trust everything you observe. If you just believe everything you observe, again, it proves there's no trust. The only trust that exists is that they trust that you're only going to believe and you don't know. Anyway, I'm going to yield for a bit. You guys need to get back to it. This is your conversation.
Oh no, I
Well,
mean,
today,
you know,
today was
what-
just a free for all. So
actually, this was kind of like a live YouTube test because I was having issues learning how to do this. So this is basically a learning experience for me and John and Jesse to be able to do this and be able to do it on a regular basis. So now that
Great. I'm
we've,
glad I was in on the breakout then. Please feel
yeah,
free to join, invite me anytime. I'd be glad to do it because that's all
okay,
I have is information and I give it all free. I do
well,
have a
Keith,
PayPal button. I do hope people share, but I've been doing this without PayPal for years before
yeah.
I got a PayPal button. So it's just so people can share their love.
Keith, how would you feel about you and I sitting down and creating a mind map of the scripture process so we can
Absolutely.
lead people
Absolutely.
through to without someone having to read the entire Bible to get themselves to a point where they can at least breathe and not
Ooh.
fear.
I'm gonna give you let's see here. I'm going to give you 4 pieces of scripture I hope you pay attention to. And it's the simplest mind map I've got of scripture to give a basic foundation of starting points. And that is First Jeremiah 1 verse 5. And that's that one I always speak of. Before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee. That's the original communication first and foremost. Before
First
thou was cast
Jeremiah.
from the womb, I sanctified thee. I ordained thee a prophet unto the nations. This is what's truly supposed to be written in your heart. This is the foundation of your principal education when you're a child between the ages of being born and 8, 9 years old. When you get a perceivable sense of who you really are in your own independent capacity aside from everybody else. That's when you're learning your talents most. Then we talk about Psalms 121 verse 8, wherein the Lord
Okay, hang
shall
on. That was First Jeremiah what?
1 verse 5.
1 verse 5, and then Psalms. I love Psalms.
121 verse 8. The Lord shall preserve upon your observance. He shall preserve your going out and your coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. And that's because he knew you before he formed thee in the belly, the previous verses. Okay, so that solidifies your timeline. You're with him at all times. He preserves your going out and coming in from this time forth because he cast you from the womb. He sanctified you. He ordained thee. And then we go on to Leviticus 25, verses 23 and 24. The land shall not be sold forever, for ye are strangers and sojourners with him. Think of footprints in the sand. If you don't see me around, you better beware. You better beware, because those ain't my footprints. Those are his. And he is my protector. And in all the lands of my possession, I shall grant the redemption, because he said so. He has called me by name. I fear not. I am his. I have been redeemed. And that's what gives me the ability to make or grant any redemption therefrom. Then Isaiah 22:22. And the key of the house of David I shall lay upon his shoulder, and he shall open, and no one shall shut. And then think about that expenses incidental to transfer title.
Mm-hmm.
Shut those doors all the way along, and nobody's going to be able to open them. And you're going to open the new door. And that's the one people will use. New kingdom in earth, baby.
I'm putting all 4 of those in a letter to the clerk, along with that warrant officer thing that you just had me look up, and a question of where's the security clearance for your warrant officer?
Absolutely.
Yep. That's what I'm gonna do.
And the commanding general in that case would be the Director General of the International Bureau, Universal Postal Union. Japanese guy. They actually
Director
call
General.
They actually,
What?
in Director General
Mm-hmm.
of the International Bureau. And you'll end up finding out that he's a minister, a Japanese minister of the Universal Postal Union. They minister at that level. You will end up talking to ministers.
Because they administer.
Right.
They're the ones that minister unto the nations. See, the Universal Postal Union is not a nation, and it is not any part of any nation. All nations are part of its union of ministers. Right. So they can administrate its judicial discretion through the weights and scales.
You've been weighed
that's your
and
scale
measured, and
system.
you have been found wanting.
Yep.
I think he's outside. He's talking to somebody.
Oh. We're wondering where Jesse went. He disappeared on us.
Well, my brain's too full to keep going anymore.
That's an understatement.
Bro. Like, this is another case of, this is almost like when I was working with Vaughn, Keith, because, like, you're taking everything that I've got jumbled up in here and you're giving me some direction. And I'm like, yes. It makes so much sense that I'm pissed off that I didn't see this deeply into it already.
That's why I say the more I research, sometimes it's the more I get pissed. And so now I'm in a phase, I'm done being pissed. Now I'm ready to have some fun. And people
now
ask me, why do you choose such a hard path? I don't. It's the only path I see, and it's right through them.
Yeah.
My uncles and my mother used to say that to me too. They're like, you always have to do things the absolute hardest way, no matter what. And they're like, what are you, a glutton for punishment? And I'm like, no, just, I'm a bull in a china shop. I don't know what you want me to say.
Right. Well, now you know why I've kind of stepped back from doing anything really, as far as all the filings and, because it's just, it comes,
And you're on a good path, brother, because that's what I did 6 years ago. I quit it all. I quit all filing. I don't file anything. I worked on doing my research, and I found out what I needed to do was create my own address. And the best way to do that in the postal route system is the electronic record, because that's what they've converted to. They've gone from the definitive paper record to an electronic system. In that electronic system, the communications themselves are securitized, but that's it. If you do it from a private setting, there's no commercial securities. The system itself won't allow it.
So basically, and I've proven this, that there is they've had since 2013, they've had data matching software, which is an artificial intelligence. My belief is they've had a quantum computer system since probably the mid 80s. And the reason that we use all these OMB forms, Office of Managed Budget, because they're all standardized, they go through a large scanner. All of that is compiled into one individual master file, as well as all our other types of now digital communications, whether it be your, any type of electronic device, whether it's a phone, iPad, laptop, email, telephone, all that is connected, which we already know that Facebook and Google and all that monitors us. But it also goes into this government quantum financial computer system with the
And that's because they instituted the NIAX code, North American Industry Classification System, into the programming itself. And this is what allows you to develop a site and classify your site according to the industry.
Yep.
So when you do a .art, there is no NIAX industry classifications. The cybersecurity doesn't allow for the classification of security instruments in a commercial fashion because the originator of the content didn't pose that intent. He posed an original works intent or a private intent under the Treaty of Berne even, which protects the literary and artistic works of originators. Who originated that Declaration of Independence? Would that be like a testator's will and therefore no longer valid because once the testator passes, the trust is to be collapsed? Telling you, every last one of those trusts are false. You yourself said learn trust law.
Yep.
That's trust law, baby. If those people that signed that declaration are testators to the will of man and they have passed, I'm sorry, that trust is collapsed by trust
Right.
law.
Well, and that was the purpose of Donald Trump, right? He came in to do the collapsing.
You have a republic if you can keep it. The problem is that people think that the republic exists without them. No, the republic is each and every man. You have to stand up one at a time as a republic man.
Yeah, you are individually the republic. And this is why I love that you brought that up, because I just today got correspondence, or no, sorry, yesterday got correspondence from the county court, the administrative clerk for the administrative judge of the 8th District of Northern Texas. And the communication came addressed to John Kennedy of the House of French, care of 729 Grapevine Highway, Hearst, Texas Republic, without the U.S.
Yes, and that is a proper communication. See, when they recognize John Kennedy of the House French, they're recognizing all of the data elements are disqualified.
Yep.
The commercial, I shouldn't say all the data elements are disqualified because there's data elements. The commercial data elements that can be securitized are disqualified on the face of the shipment.
Right, which is the military jurisdiction.
Yep.
Admiralty on its face without the maritime.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize this, and I made this, observation the other day when it was brought to my attention that all your postal vehicles don't have a registration sticker, an inspection sticker, no license plates, no tags,
Neither do attorneys.
Yeah, no DOT number on the side. Nothing.
You want to quit dealing with the attorney that has no license? Deal with the postal officer that doesn't have a license but supposed to have a secret security clearance and doesn't. Oops.
So the basis of your knowledge would be that the route one would pursue to obtain freedom from slavery of the system, I'll say, would be through the postal route, through the postal union?
Correct. Like I said, every impost, courthouse, school, library, hospital, everybody in those buildings posts things to a record. Quit giving them shit to post, and they can't post. That's what it's all about, is the post. Quit
Just
posting.
go collect your post.
Yeah, I established my own post. Now, how you interpret it is one thing, but I originated it, and if you don't take my interpretation, yours is false. I don't care. Again, Treaty of Berne, protection of literary and artistic works. The originator. I'm the
Treaty
originator.
of Berne.
Not you.
Is that BURN?
BERNE. And you'll notice, see, it's the two sister documents at the international level are the Treaty of Berne and the Law of Nations. Now, the Treaty of Berne provides for the protections of literary and artistic works. Now, in those literary works, they have the Admiralty maritime jurisdictions, which allow for commerce. Same with artistic works. You can provide literature for commercial use, okay? But the Law of Nations is the one that supports the enforcement of those protections through a military branch. This is the law of principles of the law of nature. Okay. Then those are indentured through the Constitution of the Universal Postal Union and the International Parliamentary Union, its sister union. And that's all done to protect all the nations that are involved in the Charter of the UN. Treaty of Berne comes first. And you need to learn how to be the originator. See, that birth registration wasn't an original document. See, it was a copyright document that somebody abstracted information from another document and transposed onto it. Certificate of live birth, that's a military issue. I wasn't born in the military. My mom and dad weren't military officers. But that was an impost station. And so they posted data elements to a military record without knowing the detriment that they caused. We grow up our entire lives doing the same thing. We're causing it to ourselves. Once we realize that all we have to do is quit entering that record, quit posting that bullshit to their records because it doesn't belong. Again, I'm not organized. I can't qualify to hire an attorney to be represented in those courts. So I can't post those records that could be brought into those courts. Can an educational record be brought into those courts? Yeah. How about a work record? Yeah. How about a tax record? Yeah. Guess what? They're all probate records. That's all they are. They're records without an established will. Again, that declaration no longer has an established will. The testator's done passed away a long time ago.
So with my case in probate, that means there's no will over the case.
Correct. Scott versus McNeil, brother. Scott versus McNeil says that a court of probate has no jurisdiction over the person or the estate of a person who is in fact alive. Scott versus McNeil. And every last one of them is a probate court. And that's why I say I don't profess my will. I profess his will. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. What are you doing calling out Keith Little in this court? Before you called out Little, you called out Keith. And as soon as you called out Keith, you called upon the Almighty Spirit of God. Are you blaspheming the word of God in my presence? Are you trying to defame his will? Are you trying to say I don't follow his will? I get rude with him.
We need a script.
You don't need a script. It's in your heart. You need to learn how to use it. In every instance, it will flow. You don't see me reading from a script. And I don't ever say it same way twice.
You can have an outline.
Well, that's what I mean. Like I don't mean like a legit word for word script.
Yeah.
But, you know,
like you were talking earlier, the outline. Yeah.
Right.
Bullet points, more or less.
Right. Pretty much. Because when you bullet point it, then it can stick. Right. Because like I did with I had my memorandum of law and false arrest and my 2 cases that I had for not being imprisoned unless you're represented by counsel. Like I could spout them off no problem when I was sitting there in jail, and that's all I was reading. You know, but as soon as I stay away from it for a little bit, I gotta refresh myself constantly because I've got so much information coming in all the time. It just information.
And that's why I say actions speak louder than words. So you always have to be in that act. Every breath I take is an act of God. Every one.
So Sting's song was actually God talking to him.
Yes. You have to realize God is done through is obtained through your observances. And people think this legalese system, it's all about smoke and mirrors. Let's talk about a mirror. Mirror, as we know it today, everybody thinks that they look into a mirror and they see a reflection. Okay. That is not what mirror means. Mirror comes from French mirare, mirrare, and it literally means to look at. So if you want to mirror yourself upon the creatures of the earth, who you're supposed to love as your neighbor, because you're supposed to minister the word of God unto all creatures, not just your brothers and sisters who are in the same image and likeness, but all creatures. And then you're supposed to qualify yourself as an image and likeness of that little bird, because for heaven's sakes, folks, he takes care of even the tiniest creatures. What makes you think that he would give up on the one that he put here and trusted him to help take care of that, not that tiniest person, that tiniest creature? If he takes care of the tiniest creature and he asks you to help him look after that, is he not also looking after you in that exact same sense?
Yep.
See, when he talks about putting man to tender the earth, he didn't put man out of the Garden of Eden to tender the earth by plow, but by as a shepherd, sojourning with him as they cross the land, and the hooves of the animals tender the earth, opening it up to accept the excess seeds that are dropped along the way, so that they can grow along the same path, so that when you sojourn that same path again next year, there you go. You provided your own abundance. You don't have to plow fields, folks. You sojourn with his word and let your seeds plant themselves, because they will grow on their own and they will be there when you come back. Done properly. That's all you have to do. That's sowing the seeds of our Father which art in heaven. That's his word. We're not supposed to be staying in one spot and farming. We're not supposed to be staying in one spot performing.
No, we're supposed to move with the sun.
There you go. Strangers and sojourners with him, because we are not familiar with the land itself. Every day we move, we observe new things.
Plant our seed, not our roots.
Yep.
Yes, he commanded
So
and it was
I'm
done.
gonna have to put my audio Bible to use tonight.
Yes, he commanded and it was done. He spake and it stood fast. It was already rooted. We are the growth.
Now, what verse is that? He spake and it stood fast. Did we lose him?
I don't know. Did we?
No, I had to look it up real quick. I'm not perfect.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
remember it all. It is Psalm 33:9.
See, I should have just went with my gut because I was planning on listening to Psalms for bed.
Listen to this. Lynette, thank you for posting this. I quote, "Those that know do not tell. Those that do not know sell." That's pretty enlightening. Yep.
Somebody on YouTube posted the server network in Europe is or not Europe, Switzerland is Alice. Alice in Switzerland. Yeah, you want to go down a white rabbit hole? Switzerland.
What the fuck, man?
Treaty of Bern. Guess what? Swiss Confederation, Federal Chancellor. directly tied to the Director General of the International Union. Swiss
Yep.
franc is what they go by their weights, usually as their measure for their weights and scales, folks. That is the main server.
So I'm going to download the Treaty of Berne, and I'm going to put that in my case too.
Ooh. All right, gentlemen, it is approaching midnight Central Standard Time. And I think we've done enough damage to the egos and intellects of everyone.
For real, though.
And that's truly what it is, folks. It's ego.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I had a hard time getting over mine because, like, as you can see, I hope I'm no idiot. I am no idiot, never have been. However, I even with my intellect, I got suckered into them courts, like I said, 93 cases. But that's what gave me the experience. And that's why you don't have proof of any documentation, because I don't do that. That's the key. Thanks for inviting me, guys.
Thanks for coming.
Like I said, invite me anytime you want.
Okay, yeah, that's absolutely. Do you have his contact information?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Cool. Yeah, we have I have a like real small, close knit group. Actually, we didn't get with my boy today.
Yeah.
Remember?
What happened with that?
Well, we just got tied up. Remember, I started doing this live stuff.
Oh, yeah. I thought he was coming here.
No, we're calling him. He's in California.
Oh, all right. Well, we can do that tomorrow.
Yeah. So just you know, on the wink, wink, down low, nudge, nudge. Quiet as it's kept. Got a Series 7 broker.
What?
Really? Really? A Series 7?
Uh-huh.
Might be useful.
No, very useful, especially after I give him the download I'm about to give him.
Now, that expense is incidental to transfer of title. If he's got a Series 7, he can work it all the way right up through the post office, because that's who they deal with, is brokers.
Yes.
I know. So you know what?
Brokers.
You know what? Let's get Keith on that call with us.
We can do that. Like I said, there's a reason, bro. There is no coincidence.
Oh, I know that.
And I do what I do for this reason.
Yeah.
And that's why you're in my house.
Thank you, sir.
And that's why Keith came on this show.
Yeah,
Everything
right.
happens for a reason. There is no coincidence. Thank you, Keith. I appreciate you, your intelligence, your wisdom, your wit. And we're going to do this again. We will reach out to you tomorrow. I'm going to do a call with my guy out in California. Obviously, he's several hours behind us, so it'll be later in the day, probably about 2, 3 maybe.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, we'll set something up and we'll get rocking with this. And once we get there, you guys will know.
Yeah, definitely. And like I said, I dropped my that private word wizard at wordwisewarriors.art. That's my private email. Use it publicly, share it with anybody you feel might be interested in content and communicating with me, because that's open source. It's all open source. So why hide it? Share it. And like I said before, I'm one of those passionate guys, and I still have that anger dwelled up in me. So please forgive me if I have any outbursts. I certainly understand being dismissed if that's something like that happens and is a discord to you, but just be aware. I get passionate and pretty expressive sometimes.
Hey, I'm right there with you, brother. I do the exact same thing, and I got people constantly, why are you so loud? Why are you, bro? I'm not loud. Hey, I'm just expressive.
It's when you have traveled a path that, you know, especially myself, have traveled, and then you become enlightened to what really is going on, and that you've been buffaloed your entire life by everybody, your loved ones, your family, your friends, your television, the people that you respect and honor your whole life, and it's just all bullshit. Yeah, you have a little resentment in you. And sometimes we come off as crass, rude, being a dick, but that's not really what we're trying to do. we've seen both sides of the coin, and we know that it's the same coin. It's just showing you a different. For me myself, it's been. I can't say it's a hard road because I'm not fucked up one dang bit about being locked up for 14 years flat. Not at all. Because I educated myself and I got enlightened to this path. And here I am today. So, for those of you that might be fucked up for me, you don't have to be. I would tell my cellie every day, I'd look up, it'd be like midnight. Like, man, I don't have enough time in my day to do everything I need to do. And that's really crazy for somebody who had the amount of time that I had and who'd done as much time as I had. So, with this path, we are going to move forward and we're going to get our just desserts eventually. But with that, it's going to take patience and we can't move in haste. So I understand everybody wants to get to the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow as quickly as possible. But it's taken them thousands of years to create this problem.
Yeah.
So we're not going to solve
We're
it
not
no
gonna solve
matter.
it overnight.
Yeah, exactly. So
And
we're
that's a
putting
perfect point to make, brother, because like I said, I ain't done anything in 6 years except my research.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, and you have to, and even if you get the blueprint how to get there, you have to understand and comprehend what that blueprint means, so you have the ability to defend that blueprint if you're ever confronted. So for a lot of people, even though that we may be able to show you the path, say just do this, you're still not going to be able to get from point A to point Z because you don't have the knowledge and wisdom and experience to be able to express yourself properly.
Correct. And I shouldn't say I haven't done anything because of course I've established my site and all the information I put out during my research, as well as I've got that PayPal card without a bank account. It's established in a trust form,
Right.
expressly, without any paperwork. So it's an express trust. So other than that, I haven't done anything.
Right. Okay, kids, we're going to wrap this up. If you need to reach me, The Fearless Floyd Show at yahoo.com. I'm also on Telegram, The Fearless Floyd Show. Hit that like, subscribe, notification, share this video with many people as you want. Leave a comment below. We'll try to get with you. Thank you for watching this video. I want to thank Keith. I want to thank John. I want to thank Jesse. I want to thank all the participants in the chat who reached out to us and expressed their gratitude and maybe not so much. And for all the other people out there who really don't like me and don't want to watch my videos and hating on me, hey, y'all don't have to watch, but I know y'all are. So thank you for watching and thank you for sharing, and hit that dislike if you don't like me. I'm not tripping. This isn't for you. This isn't for everyone. So I'm not here for everyone, and I want you guys to understand that. Okay, I'm here for a few select people, and the people that get it are staying here and they understand what's going on. All right, Keith, everybody, y'all have a wonderful day because it is the next day.
Glad to meet you,
Good
brother.
morning.
Glad you survived. I'm glad you survived.
Right.
Yeah.
Me too.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, yeah, we're a reason. We're here for a reason. Absolutely.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys. Y'all have a good evening.